Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day 2 of the 2021 Lexus Open. Coming to you live from Townsville 10-Pin and Fun Centre. I'm Bill Gardner and I'll be bringing you all the action live from all 3 squads today. After a red hot pace last night, Tony Hamilton leads the field with Cam Nowak in 2nd place and George Falingos jumping up into 3rd place overnight. We do have 3 full squads of live action coming to you today, so stay tuned. We do have 2 separate feeds that you will be able to cross-link from. Just as we do kick off this morning, I'd like to give a massive shout out to our fantastic sponsors of the event this year. Campbell's Kitchen Cabinets, Struddy's Sportswear and Apparel, CLS Constructions North Queensland, Wildflower Photography, they're responsible for all these great images and vision that you're seeing throughout the weekend. Hodgkinson Accounting, the Digimen, 10-pin results, so you can keep up to date with all the great action and results throughout the day's play. And of course our 2 major sponsors, Townsville 10-Pin and Fun Centre, and of course the great people at Lexus of Townsville. Stay tuned, the bowlers are now on for their 5 minutes warm-up. Live action will be underway very shortly. Okay, we'll do a quick rundown of the lane draw for today. On 3 and 4, we have Cheryl Womack, Tamara Hamilton-Christen, and Blade Hamilton-Christens. On 5 and 6, we have Carl Womack from Brisbane and the young up-and-coming Blake Walsh on lane 4. On lane 7, we have Dean Post from Ayr. He'll be bowling with Hannah Clark. And on lane 8, we have the local legend, Marissa Rosberg. On lane 9, we have Brando Kowalczewski up from the sunny coast. He'll be paired up today with Mark Dawson. On lane number 10, we have Emma Walsh. Morning, Brando. Lane 9, we have Kim Horsey and Charmaine Hembro. On lane 12, we have Dina Buxton, all the way from Victoria. Glad to see that she's made the trip up. Lane 13, we have Daniel Wilson and Graham Clark. Graham is the local pro shop proprietor here at Townsville 10-Pin. On lane 14, we have Jason Walsh. Lane 15, we have Brian Olsen teamed up with Townsville 10-Pin and Fun Centre's own Lily Wilson. On lane 16, we have the young superstar Emily Bottomley. Lane 17, we have Belinda Kirby paired up with Rob Colucci. On lane 18, we have the left-handed legend from Ayr, Frank Nusafora. Angelo Nusafora and Anika Davies on lane 19, with Jamie McGleary from the Northern Territory on lane number 20. Lane 21, we have Bron Nusafora bowling with young Sophie Jones. On lane 22, we have Gavin Schultz. Lane 23, Heath Baker will be bowling with Tracy Tarozzi. And on lane 24, rounding out our field for the first squad this morning, we have Anne-Marie Jorgensen. In this squad, we do have a wide range of bowlers from all over the country. Quite a few of these bowlers are in the national training squad and are current or former members of the Australian team, so we can expect to see some quite high scoring and some very, very good bowling over the next 12 games. We will try and bring you the scores as live and as update as we can. And we'll be updating the standings after each 4-game block with an overall standing at the end of game 12. Just to recap the format, all bowlers will bowl 12 games of qualifying. After the 12 games are complete, we will cut to the top 20 men and top 20 women to go through to stage 2. At the end of stage 2, we'll then cut down to the top 10. Those that are successful after stage 2 will go through to the top 10 shootout. Stage 3 will consist of the top 6 bowling a stepladder style final format. The staff at Townsville 10-pin and Fund Centre have graciously donated an extra $500 to the 300 game pool. The 300 game pool was up to $1,000, however with the $500 injection from the management team last night, that is now $1,500 for the first 300 game bowl. So stay tuned, we should have some quite exciting action, especially when the players start to get on a roll. Everybody will be vying for that $1,500 prize. We'll let the bowlers finish up their warm-up. We'll come back to you with some live action very shortly.
We just turned the lights off and all the cameras and stuff turned off with us.
Alrighty, players now started game 1 for this morning. Cheryl Womack is clear through 2 frames with a 9 spare strike on lane 3. Tamron Kristen is up bowling her second shot on lane number 4, while Blade Hamilton has struck in frame number 2. Nice start from young Tamron with a double. Carl Womack unfortunately has whiffed one past the 10 pin in frame number 2. Blake Walsh is off to a solid start with a strike 9 spare. Brandon Kowalczewski has opened up with a double to start his 2021 run. Emma Walsh has opened up with 2 spares. Mark Dawson has opened up with an 8 spare strike. Nice solid start for his tournament. Charmaine Hembro with a 9 spare strike in her first game. Dina Buxton's clean through 2 frames with a strike 9 spare, and Kim Horsey's also clean after 2 frames. Daniel Wilson from Brisbane. He's opened the second frame unfortunately, but I'm sure he'll come back with a nice strike to cover that. Jason Walsh is clean through 2 frames. Brian Olsen, he's clean through 3 frames, opening up with a 3-bagger. And young Lily Wilson is also clean through 3 with a 9 spare double. Emily Bottomley from Brisbane, she's clear through 3 frames with 2 9 spares and a strike. Brian Wilson with the front 4. How many's that in a row now?
11.
Oh, he's thrown 7 in practice, opened up with the front 4. Brian's obviously lined up. Frank Nusafora is clean through 3 frames. Rob Colucci's clean through the first 2. Young Jamie McLeary clean through 3 frames. How are you throwing them, young Jamie?
I'm throwing it fantastic, really.
Fantastic.
Fantastic.
Nice trip down from the NT.
Oh, yeah.
Angelo Nusafora with a ringing 10 in frame number 4. He's hitting the pocket well, just needs to find a carry. Heath Baker with a 3-bagger 8 to open up his campaign, and Anne-Marie Jorgensen with a brilliant double in frames 4 and 5. Heath Baker's clean through 5 frames. Tracy Tarozzi, co-owner of Mount Warren Lanes, she's clean through 4 frames. She's up on 23 and 24. She's gone a fraction high, leaving a 3-6-10. She should be able to cover that quite comfortably to keep her game. Jamie McLeary with a strike in frame number 4 on lanes 19 and 20. She remains clean through 4 frames. Frank Nusafora on 17 and 18 trips a late 6 pin for his double. How you bowling, Frank? We'll see if we can get a word with young Frank. So how you bowling?
Yeah,
Good? Feeling relaxed? All right, cool. Good luck for the rest of the day. Some words there from the ever-friendly Frank Nusafora. Brian Olsen has continued his string with the front 5. Lily Wilson's also clean through the first 5 frames. She's working on a strike in the 5th after an 8 spare in frame number 4. Jason Walsh is clean through 4 frames, as is Graham Clark. Oh, fortunately Brian Olsen with a solid 10. Daniel Wilson on 13 and 14 has gone Brooklyn to give himself a 3-bagger. He'll take that break and he'll move forward. Dina Buxton's clean through 4 frames on 11 and 12 with a 7 spare in frame number 4. Emma Walsh clean through 4 frames with another 9 count in frame number 5. Brando Kowalczewski with an uncharacteristic open in frame number 5. Marissa Rosberg with a nice spare in the 5th frame. She's opened up fairly solidly. As has Dean Post. Blake Walsh is clean through 5 frames, working on a 9 spare on lanes 5 and 6. Carl Womack, after an open in his first frame, has come back with 3-bagger of his own and a 9 spare in the 5th frame. Cheryl Womack off to a solid start, clean through 5 frames, as is Blade Hamilton Christens. Carl Womack with a beautiful pocket strike on lane number 6 to keep his run going. And Cheryl Womack with a nice spare in frame 6. She's off to a nice solid start as well. Blade Christens is another one of the up-and-coming 2-handed players, meaning he doesn't use a thumb in the ball to generate a very high rev rate. Dean Post with a strike in frame number 6 on lanes 7 and 8. Brando Kowalczewski on lane 10. Just sprayed it a little bit wide. I'm sure he'll be back on the mark very, very shortly and he'll start his string again. Dina Buxton working on a strike on lanes 11 and 12. She's up in the 6th frame, about to throw her shot. She absolutely drains the pocket for a strike. Great shot there from Dina Buxton. Kim Horsey with a spare on lane number 12. Graham Clark is off to a fantastic start on 13 and 14. Daniel Wilson working on a bit of a string. He smashes the pocket as well. After opening up with the front 5 has continued to close frames with 3 continuous 9 spares. He's off to a very strong start in the tournament. Lily Wilson too is off to a fantastic start. She's clean through 7 frames on lanes 15 and 16. Frank Nusafora gets a great break after a 4-bagger, tripping a late 7 to leave himself with a 10-pin spare. Rob Colucci also on 17 and 18 is clean through the front 6 frames. Jamie McGleary's off to a solid start on lanes 19 and 20. She's clean through 8 frames. She's working on a strike. Hopefully she'll double up in the 8th and 9th, setting up a great 10th frame finish. Absolutely smokes the pocket there, young Jamie McGleary on lane 20 to give herself a double leading into the 10th frame. Frank Nusafor on lane 18 covers his 7-pin. Bronwyn Nusafor goes Brooklyn in frame 8 to give herself a 3-bagger and a great chance at a 200 game to start. Heath Baker, one of the local bowlers on 23 and 24, he's off to a great start, clean through the front 9 frames. He's just thrown a strike first ball of the 10th, and he can throw a maximum 235 if he can manage to double up. Frank Nusafor on 17 and 18 has capitalised on his 9 spare with a strike, and he can throw a possible 259 if he can manage to strike out. Heath Baker has thrown a double in the 10th to give himself a great chance at a 235 start. Bron Nusafor with a great double Brooklyn. Heath Baker with a 9 count on his bonus ball for a 234 start. It's a great start for the young local bowler. Jamie McGleary continues her run with a strike first ball of the 10th frame. She can strike out for a possible 235 also. Brian Olsen finishes with a 220 to start. It's a great start in the first games for Brian. Lily Wilson can strike out in the 10th frame for a 228 to start her 2021 tournament off. Daniel Wilson on 13 and 14 is also on a great string. Daniel drains the pocket in frame number 9. He can strike out for a maximum 268, which is a fantastic start for him. Dina Buxton still clean through 8 frames. She can strike out for a possible 233. Emma Walsh working on a double in frames 7 and 8. She's setting herself up for a great 9th and 10th frame finish. Blake Walsh, young 15-year-old, he can strike out for a possible 229. Another one of the two-handed players. Cheryl Womack's clean through 9 frames. She can strike out for a possible 224. She throws a 9 count first ball of the 10th. That gives her a possible 213 start. And Blade Christens can strike out for 216 in his first game down on lanes 3 and 4. Blake Walsh doubles in the 10th to set himself up for a 229 to start. As does Blade Christens. Cheryl Womack with a 9 spare in the 10th frame. She can strike for a possible 213 start. So a great start to her tournament. Marissa Rosberg with a strike in the first ball of the 10th, setting herself up. She's found her range now. She will be one to watch in the women's division. Brando Koloczewski, after a shaky middle run in the first game, he can strike out for a possible 209. Brando's one of those players, once he lines up, he does have the ability to shoot telephone numbers. One of Australia's premier bowlers and bowling ball suppliers. Ooh, Brando goes a fraction light, leaving himself an 8-10. Dina Buxton, after an opening frame 9, can strike out for a 201. A soft 10 there from Dina, first ball of the 10th. She'll open up with a 190 game. She'll be happy with that. Dan Wilson with a 246 first game. That's a great start for Dan. And Jason Walsh in the bonus ball goes a fraction high, leaves himself a 4-pin for a 227 first game. Frank Nusafora with a 238 first game. He'll be happy with that. And Bron Nusafora with a beautiful 252 game. Once again, we'd like to thank all the sponsors for this weekend. Campbell's Kitchen Cabinets, Struddy's Sportswear and Apparel, CLS Constructions North Queensland, Wildflower Photography for bringing us all these great pictures throughout the weekend, the Digimen for all your digital printing requirements, 10-pin results where you can keep up to date with all the live scores and action from today's play, and of course our two major sponsors, Townsville 10-Pin and Fun Centre, for hosting such a marvellous tournament, and of course the fabulous people at Lexus of Townsville. Without their continued support, tournaments like this can't possibly go ahead. Big shout out to the lane techs over the weekend for keeping the machines running as efficiently as they are, and also the staff here at Townsville 10-Pin and Fun for making all the bowlers feel welcome. Massive shout out has to go to our volunteers and lane marshals. They're on top of all the possible breakdowns and score corrections that will happen over the course of the weekend. All these guys are doing a fantastic job, and we thank them for their support also. Bron Nusafora on 21 and 22 continues her great run. Showing Frankie how it's done.
Sorry?
Showing Frankie how it's done.
Yeah, at the moment anyway. Let's not speak too soon.
Ah, you got him. Just keep using his pocket. You'll destroy him.
Just so you don't carry Billy.
I did. You're actually throwing the ball really well.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
I'm pretty impressed. Like, everything seems pretty smooth. You seem fairly lined up too, and doing it comfortably. Like the swing is nice and comfortable.
Yeah, I think so.
So this is your first trip down here for Lexus?
Townsville, yeah.
Very good. Well, hopefully you continue on your run, and we'll see you again deep into the tournament.
Oh, you sure
Hopefully,
will.
hopefully.
Don't you worry,
I like the confidence. That is impressive. Mr. Colucci, what's going on? Hot? Oh, come on, it's not that hot. Emily Bottomley's cleaned through 4 frames of game number 2. She's throwing the ball absolutely brilliant at the moment. Brian Olsen's off on another string in game number 2. Brian seems to have found a nice purple patch, stringing him quite nicely. Daniel Wilson started his second game off with a strike, as has Jason Walsh. Dina Buxton with a nice strike in game number 2 to start her second game. Brando with an 8 spare on lanes 9 and 10 to start his second game. Marissa Rosberg with a nice strike 9 spare to start game 2. Cheryl Womack remains clean through 2 frames of her second game after a great start. And Blade Christens has started game 2 with a double. Blake Walsh clean through 3 frames of game 2. He will be seen deep into the tournament as well. Nice strike on 3 and 4 from Tamron Christens. Just recapping, the gracious staff here at Townsville 10 Pin have donated an extra $500 for the first 300 game bowl. That bumps the prize fund for the 300 up to $1,500 for the first 300. Hopefully we will see one bowled today. With the strong calibre of players in this field, a 300 game would not be surprising. Brian Olsen's clean through 5 frames of game number 2, as is Emily Bottomley. Frank Nusafora, after an 8 spare, has followed it up with a strike in game number 2. Rob Colucci's also bowled a strike in the second frame on 17 and 18. Angelo Nusafora's clean through 5 frames of game number 2. Jamie McGleary working on a strike in frame 5. She'll hope for a double when she's up next. Bronwyn Nusafora on 21 and 22 can't seem to do anything wrong at the moment, sparing a split. So she's clean through 3 frames, as is Gavin Schultz on lane number 22. Bron makes the most of her split conversion with a strike in frame number 4 to continue her strong start to the tournament. Heath Baker on 23 and 24 after a great start has unfortunately gone a fraction high, left himself a 6-8-10. Anne-Marie Jorgensen with a light Brooklyn hit, leaving herself a 5-9. She should spare that and continue on her way. Jamie McGleary on 19 and 20 has thrown her double in frames 5 and 6. Oh, Tracy Tarozzi on 24. She's hit the pocket well, but unfortunately left a 7-10 with the 10 pin wobbling. Nice spare conversion from Anne-Marie Jorgensen on lane 23. Bronwyn Nusafora with a great trip of the 10 pin for a double in the 4th and 5th frame. Remember, Bronwyn opened up with 250 in the first game and continues her good run. Angelo Nusafora getting a bit quick on lane 20, leaving himself a 2-4-8-10. That'll be his first open for frame number 2. Jamie McGleary with another great pocket shot, leaves herself a 10 pin. She'll cover that comfortably. Frank Nusafora has cleaned through 3 frames. Brian Olsen with an unfortunate split in frame number 7. Daniel Wilson's clean through 3 frames. He's working on a strike in frame number 3. He's hoping to double up. Dan with a light pocket shot leaves himself a 2-pin. That was a pretty good break from how wide he threw that. Jason Walsh on lane number 14. He's hoping to start his string up. You'll see a lot of these high rev players starting from the left-hand side of the approach. They'll be playing through the heavy oil through the middle of the lane, trying to get out to around about 12 board for the lower rev players, out as wide as 6 and 7 for the higher rev players to get back to the pocket. They'll be trying to generate that high pin action type carry with some of those spectacular messengers. We can but only ask. Brando's clean through 4 frames of game number 2, so that'll give him some confidence to build a great score. Carl Womack's hit the pocket, dropped an absolute bombshell for an unfortunate 7-10. Cheryl Womack on 3 and 4s, working on a double in frames 5 and 6. Wade Christens is clean through 6 frames. He's throwing the ball quite well. As is Blake Walsh, clean through 7 frames, trying to double up on lane number 6. Young Blake's given that a fair tweak, and he's absolutely drained the pocket for a strike. This kid really throws a fantastic shot. For those of you that are tuned in, just keep your eye on lanes 5 and 6. You're probably watching the future of Australian bowling right here in Blake Walsh. Nothing seems to faze the young man, and coming from such a great bowling pedigree as the Walsh family is, the future holds a lot of great things for young Blake. Brando with a nice strike in frame number 5. That'll start him off on what will hopefully be a nice long string of strikes. Hopefully throughout the day we should be able to get down and have a chat to a few of the bowlers just to get their thoughts on how the conditions playing and what they're expecting throughout the weekend. Blake seems to be playing a little bit wider on lane 5 than he is on lane 6, but the result's still the same. He just lines up and destroys the pocket, almost with complete abandon. Mark Dawson with a double after an open in frame number 3. That'll start to get him back on track for a great game. Dina Buxton on 11 and 12 is working on a double after 3 consecutive spares. Emma Walsh with a nice spare in her 5th frame. How are you finding it, Miss Dina? Sorry, I've caught Dina with a mouthful of food. Worst timing ever. Young Blake on lane 6 leaves a solid 10 pin. Still a great shot. He can bowl a possible 220 in his 2nd game. Brandon Kowalczewski on 9 and 10's lining up for a double. Absolutely crushes the pocket. Great shot there from Brando. Dina Buxton on 11 and 12 is lining up. She's hoping for a 3-bagger. Dina is one of our current Australian NTS or National Training Squad members. Nice shot from Dina, kicks out the 8 pin solidly. Daniel Wilson's clean through 7 frames, and Graham Clark's working on a double on lanes 13 and 14. Jason Walsh, absolute smacks the pocket in frame number 7 for a strike. Brian Olsen with a strike first ball of the 10th. He set himself up for a possible 223. Young Emily Bottomley, all the way from Brisbane. She's a member of the Queensland youth team that'll be going away to Hobart for the Nationals at the end of July. She's set herself up for a possible 203 finish. Emily's gone from strength to strength in the last 12 months, improving her game in regards to her ball speed and ball roll. She works very hard on her game, and the dividends are starting to pay off now. Emily with a nice strike in the 2nd ball of the 10th. I hear nothing. Frank Nusafora working on a double in frame 6 and 7. Unfortunately, he's gone a fraction high, left himself a 410. I better walk away before he blames me. Jamie McGleary off to a flyer with a 218 in game number 2. She's living life and loving it at the moment. Ron Nusafora follows her 252 up with a 189 solid start. And Heath Baker on 23 and 24 with a 196 after his fantastic start. Emily Bottomley finished up with a 203 with a solid 10th frame, 3 strikes. Jason Walsh with a double in frames 7 and 8. Graham Clark's got it on a string at the moment with 4 in a row. Dina Buxton, after a great 3-bag, has unfortunately thrown a 9 miss. I'm sure she'll come back on and capitalise. Emma Walsh has a spare working in the 5th frame on 9 and 10. Blake Walsh in game number 2 has bowled 227, so that's a fantastic start for him. Cheryl Womack with a possible 191 if she can strike out in the 10th. Cameron Christensen with a spare in frame number 9. That'll set her up for a solid 10th frame. Cheryl Womack missed a little bit left, leaves herself a 4-7. That'll give her a 181 finish in her second game, which again is a solid start to the block. We do bowl 12 games today, so there is still a long way to go for these bowlers to be able to accumulate a great score. Blade Kristen throws the first ball in the 10th. He can strike out for a possible 231 in game number 2. That's a great start for his tournament. He's only a young local junior, one of the Townsville crew. And of course, none of these great scores of this tournament would be possible without the help of our fantastic sponsors, Campbell's Kitchen Cabinets, Struddy's Apparel, CLS Constructions North Queensland, Hodgkinson Accounting, Wildflower Photography for all the great images, the Digimen for all your digital printing requirements, and 10-pin results where you can follow the live scores and action from today's play.
There you go.
Young Mr. Jones, the tournament director, is down here having a walk.
Going pretty smoothly down this end, Mr. Bill.
Very, very good indeed. Some great bowling. Absolutely sensational bowling. Young Blade's off to a bit of a flyer, so is Blake Walsh.
Well, maybe I won't bowl tonight.
Bron Nusafora showing Frankie how to do it.
252, yeah, good.
250, 190. Blade Kristen's on 3 and 4. He's got 4 strikes working for a possible 231. Oh, he's gone a fraction high, trips the 4-pin, which is a great break for him. He throws 231. That'll do his confidence no harm at all. This young kid should get on a roll now and start to really make things happen. Emma Walsh solid as ever with a nice 9 spare. Dina Buxton, after her little hiccup in the 8th frame, is working on a double for a possible 223. Brandon Koloczewski with a strike in frame 8. He can strike out for a possible 235. Dina Buxton capitalises on her double with a 3-bagger. She can throw a possible 223. Dan Wilson, after his great start, follows it up with a 209 game. He'll be happy with that. Graham Clark, also on 13 and 14, can bowl a possible 226 if he strikes out in the 10th. Frank Nusafora, after his 230, backs it up with a 205. Dina Buxton with 3 strikes in the 10th frame for a 223. That continues her solid start to the tournament. Brandon Kowalczewski on 9 and 10. He seems to have found his range and he's thrown a 3-bagger of his own. After a fairly ordinary start to game 1, he can strike out for 235. Oh, Emma Walsh. Beautiful pocket shot, unfortunately, for a 7-9. That's not the sort of break you want early in a tournament, but she'll take one. Brando lets rip, hits the pocket, leaves himself a 10-pin. That'll give him a 214, or 224, sorry. Emma covers the 1. She'll move to the next pair. She'll shake that off. Brando with a nice 9 spare confirms his 224 in game number 2. Don't forget, if you do want to catch all the live results, please head to 10-pin results. Scores will be updated after each block, and we will be doing the updated scores after each 4-game block live here on the feed. Just as the bowlers do make their lane change and are finishing up game number 2. Tournaments such as this cannot possibly go ahead without the help and support of some great sponsors. Campbell's Kitchen Cabinets, Struddy Sportswear and Apparel, CLS Constructions North Queensland, Hodgkinson Accounting, Wildflower Photos. They do all our great work for the live feed that you guys are watching at the moment, so a very big shout out to Wildflower Photography. The Digimin for all your digital printing requirements here in Townsville. 10-pin results, so you can keep up to date with your favourite player throughout the tournament. And of course our 2 major sponsors, Townsville 10-pin and Fun Centre. Lily Wilson and the crew here do a fantastic job making the bowlers feel welcome and keeping the tournament running smoothly, both from behind the counter and behind the machinery. And of course the fantastic people at Lexus of Townsville. Without the help and support of all these fantastic sponsors, this tournament wouldn't be possible, and these bowlers would not have the support that they do throughout the weekend. Tyson Jones doing a fantastic effort behind the scenes, as is Cam Nowak, keeping the live stream nice and easy. If you are liking what you're seeing, please share the link with your friends and family so they too can enjoy the great experience that we are bringing to you live from Townsville 10-pin and Fun Centre. All right, game 3 is underway here at Townsville 10-pin and Fun Centre. There's been some great opening scores in the first block. We've seen a 250 from Bronwyn Nusafora. Young Blake Walsh with a 230 game, as has Blade Christens. P2. has opened up with a nice 400 block to start his 2021 Lexus Open. In case you guys missed it earlier today, the proprietors here at Townsville 10 Pin and Fun Centre have chipped in an extra $500 for the first 300 game bowled throughout the tournament. This has now boosted the prize fund to a very nice $1,500 for the first 300 game bowled. So the first person to bowl 12 strikes in a row will walk away $1,500 richer. We have seen a couple of very nice games bowled so far over the weekend, with Tony Hamilton last night rolling a very nice 280 game in game number 2 of his qualifying attempt. As I look down through the centre, Brando Kolachevsky down on 5 and 6 has started game number 3 with a strike. Gavin Schultz with a 9 spare on lanes 3 and 4. Hannah Clark with a strike in her first frame of the third game. Young Blade Christens on 7 and 8's opened up with a double. He's coming off a 231 in game number 2, so his confidence is sky high also. Blake Walsh has left a washout on lanes 9 and 10. He's taken a 3 count off that, but I'm sure he'll come back and consolidate with a strike in frame number 2. Brian Olsen's clean through 2 frames. Marissa Rosberg goes a fraction wide, leaving herself a 6 count in frame number 2. Emma Walsh, after her unlucky break in game number 2, has opened game 3 with a double. Dina Buxton on 15 and 16. She's clean through the first 2 frames with 2 spares. Annika Davies, bowling with Angela Nusafora, is clean through 2 frames as well. Angela Nusafora is clean through 3 frames after a very scratchy start. Sophie Jones is clean through 2 frames on 17 and 18. Dina Buxton with a great strike in frame number 3 continues her solid start to the tournament. Heath Baker is clean through 3 frames on 19 and 20. Bronwyn Nusafora makes a nice 10-pin spare in her 3rd frame. Frank Nusafora continues his great start with a strike 9 spare in game number 3. Cheryl Womack with a great double. Jamie McGleary with the front 3 strikes in her 3rd game on 23 and 24. And just drains the pocket for a beautiful strike in the 4th frame. As you can see, Jamie's living life and loving it, as she always does. Probably one of the most bubbly characters in the Australian bowling circuit at the moment. Frank Nusafora has the ball on a rope at the moment, crushing the pocket for a strike in his 3rd frame of game number 3. It's like the Frank of old. Frank seems to have found his mojo that he had 10 years ago and is actually throwing the ball really well today. Jamie McGleary on 23 and 24. She's going for 5 strikes in a row. She's let that go nicely. Ball comes up. Oh, ringing 10, unfortunately. She'll make that spare and she'll move on. But she's bowling at a possible 279 pace. Cameron Christensen with a spare in her third frame. Emily Bottomley is hoping for a double on 19 and 20. Mate, I will be at the end of today, I'll tell you. Easy way to keep the step count up. Are you trying to find yourself a line for later today? Oh, I'm feeling you. Oh, I really am. Hey. At the end of the day, you're not going to win the tournament sitting in a chair, are you?
Hey, mate, I can stand at the foul line. You got one of those middle balls?
Actually, yes. Down on the end there. So what's Kim using today?
Hey?
What ball's Kim using today? Sorry, Tracy.
That's
The
the Decree Pearl.
Decree Pearl. Okay.
I've got Decree Pearl, I've got Decree Solid, I've got the Omni Pearl, I've got the Parallax. Oh mate, she's got shoelaces.
So you've bought half the Pro Shop with you?
We bought 13.
I did hear. I did hear that there was a few bags in the car.
She's only just coming back. So Tracy's lost really 70, 80 kilos. So she's gone from 15 pounds down to 14 and has to get used to the hot button around the body. She's 130 kilos 3 years ago.
She's throwing the ball very consistent. From
It took him, we took her from 15 down to 14. She didn't like it. Maybe to take her back to 15. And then 3 months later, I'm bringing her 14.
yeah,
Now she's starting to settle down with it.
yeah. No, she's throwing.
Take her from 130 kilos to 15 pounds to what she is now, you know.
But it's consistent. Like she's.
Well, you know the way I go.
Yeah, she's letting the ball go real well. Like
It's just confidence and
It-
not enough games, you know, tournaments. We run a bowl 18.
exactly right, and that's the biggest killer is the lack of tournament play. It's one thing to be able to train well, but you've got to be able to put that into practice. Yeah,
I mean, this is the first year where she's trying out.
having a serious go.
I wouldn't say serious, but we're getting down with the kids. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Emily Bottomley with a double in frames 4 and 5. That was Rudy Terrazzi, the co-owner of Mount Warren Lanes, just talking about his wife and one of the ladies bowling here today, Tracy Terrazzi. Carl Womack with a 3-bagger, hoping to kickstart some sort of excitement in his day today. Jamie McGleary, after her solid 10-pin, has followed it up with another crushing strike on 23 and 24. Young Jamie will be one of the players to watch as the tournament goes deeper into the weekend. As much as she's fun-loving and bubbly, she's probably one of the fiercest competitors out here this weekend. She definitely bowls to win. Angelo Nusafora on 15 and 16 with a 3-bagger. You're allowed to smile, Angelo. Dina Buxton working on 3 in a row in frames 4, 5 and 6. Emma Walsh on 13 and 14 has opened up with the front 5. Dina with another beautiful pocket strike, and Emma Walsh opens up with the front 6. Just recapping, there is $1,500 up for the first 300 game bowled this weekend, with the proprietors of Townsville 10-pin and Fun Centre chipping in an extra $500 on top of the advertised prize fund. Marissa Rosberg's got a small string going with a double in her 6th and 7th frame, being cheered on by her supportive husband. Daniel Wilson with a double in frames 5 and 6. Brandon Koloczewski with a 3-bagger working in frames 4, 5 and 6. He's throwing at a possible 280 pace after a spare in his 2nd frame of game 3. Dean Post and Gavin Schultz with strikes in frame number 7 on lanes 3 and 4, trying to build into a good game. Nice strike there by Hannah Clark in the 7th frame on lane number 3. Daniel Wilson with a 3-bagger on lanes 9 and 10. Brando with a beautiful strike in frame number 7. That'll set him up for a great run at the back end of this game. Dean Post with a double in frames 7 and 8. He can strike out for a possible 223. Anne-Marie Jorgensen with a double in frames 6 and 7. She'll take that break and move on. Marissa Rosberg on 11 and 12 with 3 strikes in a row. Emma Walsh, after opening up with the front 6, has thrown a 9 spare in her 7th frame. She can throw a possible 279. Dina Buxton has continued her string through 6, 7 and 8. She can throw a possible 278 should she strike out. Great strike in the 9th frame from Dina. She's really settled into her rhythm, and her experience is really starting to show through on this particular pattern. Emma Walsh covers her 9 spare with a strike in frame number 8, and she's still throwing at a possible 279 pace. Cheryl Womack with a 9 spare in her 9th frame sets herself up for a solid 10th frame. Carl Womack, after a string of strikes, with a possible 7 spare in his 10th frame. Ooh, unfortunately takes the 1-2. Jamie McGleary's lining up for a possible 257 game. Jamie's thrown that one a little bit wide. The ball doesn't quite come back to the pocket, leaving herself with a 2-8 spare in the first ball of the 10th. She can bowl a possible 225 should she make this spare and strike. Cheryl Womack with a nice strike first ball of the 10th on 21 and 22. Cheryl through the first 3 games has managed to strike first ball of the 10th. Frank Nusafora with a nice trip 7 first ball of the 10th frame, and he can throw a possible 249. Jamie McGleary covers her spare in the 10th, and with a strike can bowl a possible 225 down on 23 and 24. Cheryl Womack, unfortunately, ringing 10 in the second ball. She'll bowl 199 with a spare. Jamie McGleary on 23 and 24 with a bonus ball with a strike for her 225 game. She's motoring along nicely after 3 games. Nice spare by Cheryl Womack for a 199 on lanes 21 and 22. Dina Buxton down on 15 and 16 with a 255 game. That'll give her a lot of confidence, and she'll be hard to run down throwing scores like that. 234 for Angelo Nusafora, also on 15 and 16. Frank Nusafora with a horrible split in the second ball of the 10th frame can bowl a possible 236 if he spares it. He'll probably take a maximum count of 2 for a 235. .234 for young Frank Nusafora. He's had a solid start after 3 games as well. Tracy Tarozzi with a 193 in her 3rd game. And Bronwyn Nusafora with a solid 173 in her 3rd game. As I mentioned before, Angelo Nusafora with a 234 and Dina Buxton with a very nice 255. Emma Walsh with an open frame in frame 9 on 13 and 14 can strike out for 247. Brian Olsen on 11 and 12 with a 224 game, and Marissa Rosberg with a 191. Emma Walsh with a solid 7 in the second ball of the 10th. She'll spare that for 237. Lily Wilson with a 4-bagger. She can bowl a possible 194 if she can throw the 5th. Daniel Wilson on 9 and 10 has tugged one left for a 6 count. He can bowl a possible 195. Brandon Kowalczewski on 5 and 6 will bowl 248 with his 9 spare in the 10th frame. Anne-Marie Jorgensen will bowl a possible 192 if she can strike in the bonus ball of her 10th frame.
You're lucky, mate, because I was my head up. It's on my bed, right?
Just been handed a very nice cappuccino by one of the great people down here in Townsville, Miss Christy Davidson. She must have known that I needed a coffee. Once again, a very big shout out to our sponsors and supporters of the tournament. Campbell's Kitchen Cabinets, Struddy's Sportswear and Apparel, CLS Constructions North Queensland, Hodgkinson Accounting, Wildflower Photography for all your photo and video requirements. They're also responsible for the great live feed that you guys are watching at the moment. The Digimen for all your digital signage requirements, and 10-pin results so you can keep track of all your favourite players and live score action from the day. And of course our two major sponsors, Townsville 10-pin and Fun Centre. They're the hosts of the 2021 Lexus of Townsville Open and the wonderful people at Lexus of Townsville. Without the support of all these players, tournaments like this would not be possible, and with the help of great sponsors also helps to bring a great tournament together. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2021 Townsville Lexus Open. Have a few highlights going on at the moment. Brian Olsen, down on lanes 11 and 12, has opened up with the front 5. Dan Wilson on 9 and 10 has opened up with a double. Also, Jason Walsh on 17 and 18 has opened up with the front 4. As we said, the proprietors here at Townsville 10-pin have chipped in an extra $500 into the 300 game pool, making a 300 game now worth $1,500. There are a lot of great bowlers coming up over the course of the weekend, and we did see some great bowling last night in A squad. So it will not be surprising if that 300 game award goes off, and we would like to thank Townsville 10-pin for that extra injection of funds. Jason Walsh looking confident on 17 and 18, shreds a rack for his 5th strike. Brian Olsen, unfortunately in frame number 6, jams a solid 9-pin out of his pocket shot. Graham Clark also on 9 and 10, the Pro Shop proprietor here at Townsville 10-pin and Fun Centre. He's opened up with a double. Blake Walsh with an uncharacteristic 9 miss. Angelo Nusafora working on a double in frame 3 and 4 on lanes 15 and 16. Brian Olsen covers his 9 spare. He's cleaned through 6 frames of the 4th game. Gavin Schultz is cleaned through 4 frames of his 4th game. Brandon Koloczewski's cleaned through 3 frames, working on a strike. Dan Wilson sticks a 10-pin in his 3rd frame. Graham Clark still working on a double. Lily Wilson with 4 strikes in a row in her 4th game, shooting at a possible 280 pace. Angelo Nusafora with 3 in a row in frames 3, 4 and 5 of his 4th game after an open. And Dina Buxton, after her 9 miss, is back in the pocket throwing a nice strike. Jason Walsh jams up on the approach in his 6th frame, leaves himself a very ugly 6 count, leaving a 3, 6, 7, 10. Emily Bottomley's cleaned through 5 frames with a 9 spare. Jamie McGleary, after a 9 misses, followed it up with 4 strikes in a row. And she continues along her merry way for a great game in game number 4. As I've said that, I've put the commentator's curse. She's left herself a big 4 on lane 24. Tracy Tarozzi's cleaned through 5 frames. She's working on a strike in the 5th frame, looking to double up. Bronwyn Nusafora throws a beautiful strike in the 7th frame on lane number 18. Emma Walsh looking effortless as usual. She's cleaned through 5 frames. Dina Buxton doubles up after her 9 miss on lanes 15 and 16 as Angelo Nusafora also throws a strike in the 6th frame, working on a 4-bagger. Lily Wilson is on fire with a 5-bagger in her 4th game, still throwing at a possible 280 pace. Dan Wilson with a late 10-pin, carrying the 4th to cover up his 9 miss in his 3rd frame. And Graham Clark is working on 3 strikes on lanes 9 and 10. Brandon Kowalczewski down on 5 and 6, working on 3 strikes in a row after a 9 spare. Dean Post going a little bit wide in his 6th frame. Gavin Schultz is clean through 5 frames, working on a 9 spare. He'll be looking to capitalise with a strike and hopefully get a string going. Graham Clark on 9 and 10 has gone a little bit wide, leaving a 2-8-10. Seems to be fairly characteristic. A lot of bowlers can string 3 or 4 strikes in a row. However, the leave generally after a string is not that conducive of a spare. A lot of players leaving splits. As you've heard us mention over the course of the weekend, it is fairly easy to push the ball through the break point on this particular pattern. By that I mean a lot of players are pushing the ball past where they want the ball to break and start to drive the pocket, leaving some uncharacteristic splits. Brando Kowalczewski actually missed that one a fraction left, leaving himself a 4 count. Going through the nose, leaving a 3, 4, 6, 7, 9, 10. Brian Olsen is on track for a 259 game. Lily Wilson can spare this and strike out for a 235. Angelo Nusafora working on 4 strikes in a row on lanes 15 and 16 as Dina Buxton tries to triple up in her game on the same pair. Jason Walsh, after his split, has come back with a 3-bagger. He can strike out for a possible 262. Dina got through that ball nicely with a light pocket carry. She'll take that and she'll move on to the next frame and hopefully try and string her 4th strike together. Angelo Nusafora with a beautiful strike in the 7th frame for a 5-bagger. That's more than made up for his open frame in frame 2. Emma Walsh on 13 and 14. She covers her open frame up with a strike. And that's the one thing you will notice throughout the weekend. The successful players in this field, even though they've opened a frame, they are able to come back and cover that with either a strike or a double to help negate the effects of the open frame. A lot of the players in this field, they are seasoned campaigners. They have bowled a lot of tournaments. They have bowled at the highest level. We do have a lot of young players as well. Blake Walsh is in the start of what should be a very promising bowling career. Blade Christensen is another one. Cohen Davies last night, another young man with a bright future. And we will see some of the young up-and-coming girls. Bianca Schimmer, she's up later on today. Emily Bottomley, she's just starting out. Lily Wilson. All these players are now starting to learn and hone their craft on the lanes. They'll get a lot out of this tournament watching the likes of Jason Walsh, Angelo Nusafora, Brandon Kowalczewski, Dina Buxton with a nice strike in the 8th frame. Frank Nusifora, after his open frame, has followed it up with a three-bagger. He can strike out for a possible 253. Jamie McGleary finished her fourth game with a 197, which continues her run of nice bowling. Carl Womack with an 8 count on his bonus ball for a 198 after a three-bagger, so he'll take a bit of confidence out of that moving forward into the third block. Emily Bottomley with a three-bagger of her own can strike out for a possible 239. Again, she's come on leaps and bounds in the last 12 months, working very hard with her coaching staff to improve her game, and she's clear through the first 10 shots. Jason Walsh with a possible 241 on lane 18. Emily Bottomley with an absolute beautiful strike in the second ball of the 10th. She'll definitely throw 230 or better in this game. Jason Walsh with a solid 10 pin in his bonus shot for a 240 finish. Frank Nusifora working on 3 strikes in a row for a possible 253 should he strike out. Beautiful strike in the bonus ball from Emily Bottomley. As I said, she's a current member of the Queensland youth team going away to Nationals at the end of July. And if she can keep this form up, she'll go into that tournament with a lot of confidence. And I'm sure she will go a long way into this weekend as well. Dina Buxton with 5 strikes in a row going into the 10th frame. She can strike out for a possible 231 after a bit of a sketchy start to game 4. Angelo Nusifora can strike out for a possible 245 game should he be able to throw 3 strikes in a row on lanes 15 and 16. Emma Walsh also working on 3 strikes in a row. She can strike out for a possible 235 game also. 238 for Brian Olsen and 225 for Lily Wilson on lanes 11 and 12. You doing all right, Brian? Emma Walsh on lane 14 is trying for 4 strikes in a row. Nice strike there in the first ball of the 10th from Emma Walsh. Would like to give a very big shout out to all the supporters of this tournament: Campbell's Kitchen Cabinets, Struddy's Apparel and Sportswear, CLS Constructions North Queensland, Hodgkinson Accounting, Wildflower Photography for all their great live stream feeds that you guys are watching today, the Digimen for all your digital requirements here in Townsville, 10 Pin Results where you can keep up to date with the latest scores and follow your favourite player as they make their way through the tournament, and of course our 2 major sponsors, Townsville 10 Pin and Fun Centre, for hosting such a fantastic tournament, Lily Wilson and all the staff here, and of course the great people at Lexus of Townsville. Without the support of these sponsors, tournaments like this cannot take place, so we do give them a massive thanks for their help and support to put this tournament together. Emma Walsh working on a 5-bagger after her 9 miss. She'll throw 235 if she can strike in the bonus ball. Dina Buxton has continued on her string. She's thrown 7 in a row, and with an 8th strike can bowl a possible 231. Emma Walsh drops an absolute bomb in the bonus ball for 235. That's a great finish for young Emma in her 4th game. Angelo Nusafora finished his game with a 3-bagger for a 245 in game number 4. Dina Buxton throws an 8 count in her bonus ball for a 229 finish after a 7-bagger. So well done to Dina for digging that game out. Blake Walsh with an absolute howler. 7-10 on lane 9 out of the pocket. That's not the sort of break you want to try and make when you're trying to make a score. Graham Clark also on lane 10 does the same thing. Throws an absolute bomb in the pocket for 7-10. Brandon Kowalczewski with a possible 198 in his 4th game on 5 and 6. That concludes the 2nd block.
Hey, Billy.
Freaky bowlers.
We'll come back soon with some live standings after 4. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2021 Lexus of Townsville Open. Our standings after 4 games in the ladies division. In number 1 position at the moment on 898 is Dina Buxton. In second place on 875 is Jamie McGleary. Emma Walsh in position 3 with 853. Bronwyn Nusafora in 4th place with 794. Lily Wilson in 5th place on 791. Cheryl Womack is in position 6 with 776. Emily Bottomley in position 7 on 775. Now bear in mind these standings are based on average only. In position 8, Emily Hinspeter bowled last night with a total of 2176 and a 181 average. Tracy Tarozzi is in position 9. Marissa Rosberg in position 10 with 718. Ellie Bowman is in position 11 with Nola Findlay in position 12. Sophie Jones with 674 is in position 13. Annika Davies with 672 is in position 14. Rosalind Davis, who bowled last night, is in position 15. And Naomi Jordan is in position 16. Belinda Kirby with 646 is in position 17. Kim Horsey with 627 is in position 18. Patricia O'Keefe, who bowled last night, is in position 19. And Anne-Marie Jorgensen rounds out the top 20 with 621. Just outside the top 20 is Andrea Sanderson, who bowled last night. Tamron Hamilton Christensen is in position 22. And Hannah Clark in position 23 with Charmaine Hembro in 24th. In the men's division, leading the way is Frank Nusafora with 906. Brian Olsen is in position 2 with 895. Tony Hamilton, after his stellar performance last night, is in position 3, averaging 220.4. Cameron Nowak is in position 4 with a 218 average, and George Flingos in position 5, averaging 214. Josh Morris is in position 6, averaging 212, with Brandon Kowalczewski in position 7 with a pinfall of 847. Jason Walsh is in 8th with 840, and Angelo Nusafora in position 9 with 828. Matt Purser, who bowled last night, is in position 10, averaging 204. Blade Hamilton Christensen with 815 is in position 11. Dan Wilson is in position 12, just 3 pins behind with 812. And Blake Walsh is in position 13 with 806. Kyle Craven, who bowled last night with a 198.5 average, is in 14th, with Heath Baker in 15th with 781, followed by Graham Clark in 16th position with 741. Edward Post, who bowled last night, is in position 17 with a 183 average, with Rob Colucci closely behind with 731 and a 182.8 average. Gary Jenke, who bowled last night, is in position 19 with a 182.3 average, and Carl Womack rounds out the top 20 with a pinfall of 710 or 177.5 average. Daniel Turner and Cohen Davies are just outside the top 20 with 21.22 and 21.07 respectively, closely followed by Mark Dawson on 678, Dean Post, who has unfortunately had to withdraw from the tournament due to injury, in 24th on 676, and Gavin Schultz is in 25th with a pinfall of 649. As I said, we will be updating these scores on the live feed every 2 games. You can click on the link to get a running standing sheet so you can follow the scores and action from all today's live play. As I look through the bowling centre at the moment, we do have a couple of very good scores coming through at the moment. Wade Christensen working on a 3-bagger going into the 9th frame. He can bowl a possible 268 game if he strikes out in the 10th. Annika Davies working on 3 strikes in a row also. Brian Olsen on 7 and 8's continuing his merry way with a 3-bagger in frame 6, 7 and 8. Jamie McGleary's having a day in the park. She's clean through 7 frames also. Graham Clark's in the process of rolling a very nice game. Jamie McGleary with a possible 9 spare in her 8th frame. She can strike out for a possible 247. Lily Wilson with a nice light pocket carry in her 8th frame. Sets her up for a solid 9th and 10th frame finish. Rob Colucci working on a double after an open frame on 9 and 10. With Angelo Nusafora possibly striking out for 236. Ron Nusafora is working on a double in frames 7 and 8. Blake Walsh with a 3-bagger to set himself up for a 9th and 10th frame charge. Angelo Nusafora with a strike in his first ball of the 10th. He can throw 2 more strikes for 236. Heath Baker solid through 8 frames, as is Tracy Tarazzi. Marissa Rosberg with a 9 spare in her 9th frame can strike out for a possible 225. Emma Walsh solid as ever. She's working on a strike in the 7th frame and she's clean through 7. What a lunch break. Carl Womack, after his 190 in the previous block, is off to a solid start. With his spare in the 9th frame, he can strike out for a possible 235. Hannah Clark's got her game going with a 9 spare in the 9th, and she can strike out in the 10th for a possible 216. And Jason Walsh, with 2 more strikes in the 10th, can bowl 228. Emily Bottomley has a strike in the 9th going into the 10th frame, and if she strikes out she can bowl a possible 216 game. Hannah Clark on 21 and 22 with a nice solid strike first ball of the 10th. Brando Koloczewski with a 248-10 first ball of the 10th frame. Not the result he wanted, but it is a 200 game nonetheless. Emily Bottomley with a solid 9 first ball of the 10th. She'll spare and strike that for 196. Jason Walsh buries the pocket in the second ball of the 10th on 21 and 22 to keep his chances alive for a 228 finish. A nice solid strike there from Hannah Clark. She'll throw to mid-2 teens with a strike in the bonus ball. Brandon Koloczewski takes 2 out of his 248-10, giving him a 217 in game number 5. Dina Buxton struck a little bit of a hiccup on lanes 19 and 20 with a split in the 10th frame. She could possibly bowl 168 if she takes maximum count. Mark Dawson, who's bowling with Brando Koloczewski, he can strike out for 206. Nice solid strike in the bonus ball for Hannah Clark, giving her a 216 game, and Jason Walsh finishes with 225 in his 5th game. Carl Womack opened the 10th frame, giving him 211 finish on lane 19. 2.14 for Marissa Rosberg on lanes 15 and 16. And Heath Baker finishes up with a 2.01 after a 3-bagger to finish. Ron Nusafora continues her solid start with a 185 in game number 5. With Blake Walsh looking at a possible 264. Gets that one off his hand nicely, goes a fraction light for a 6 count. So he's going to throw 250 with a spare. Angelo Nusafora starts game number 6 with a strike. He'll be happy with that. Looking to settle into a nice strong rhythm. .248 for Brian Olsen down on lanes 7 and 8. And Lily Wilson with a 192 in her 5th game. Jamie McGleary's having a day in the park with her 5th game of a 227. .178 for Charmaine Hembro down on lanes 3 and 4. The lane conditions at the moment are starting to transition and break down just a little bit, so you will see some bowlers starting to make some rather drastic changes through the mid part of this tournament. Traditionally, through games 5, 6, 7 and 8 is where you'll see bowlers start to move a little bit further left, try and get into a little bit more head oil before they get out into the dry of the break area, trying to open the pocket up for a slightly better carry. Angelo Nusafora has started game number 6 with a double. Bron Nusafora has started her 6th game with a strike. Once again, great tournaments like this take a lot of planning and a lot of support, and we'd like to take this time to thank our great sponsors of the tournament this year: Campbell's Kitchen Cabinets, Struddy's Sportswear and Apparel, CLS Constructions North Queensland, Hodgkinson Accounting, Wildflower Photography and Film. They supply all our great live feeds. The Digimen for all your digital printing requirements here in the Townsville area. 10-pin results where you can keep track of your favourite player, live scores and results as they happen. And of course, Townsville 10-pin and Fun Centre, the hosts of this year's 2021 Lexus of Townsville. And of course, the wonderful people here at Lexus of Townsville. Without the support of all these fantastic businesses, tournaments like this cannot possibly go ahead, so we do give them a massive thank you. To all the staff here at Townsville 10-Pin and Fun Centre, a very big congratulations and thank you for making the bowlers feel welcome. And to the staff at the back end for helping the centre run as efficiently as it possibly can, a massive shout out to them also. Tyson Jones for all his hard work behind the scenes, as well as Cameron Nowak for organising all the digital feeds, the commentary and of course the live streaming action. Emma Walsh with a double in the 10th frame of game 5 can finish up with a possible 247. Jason Walsh has started game number 6 on 21 and 22 with a double. Brando Koloczewski is clean through 3 frames with a double 9 spare. Emily Bottomley on 23 and 24, she's also clean through 3 frames with a strike, spare strike. Emma Walsh is bowling like a machine at the moment. She's thrown a strike in the bonus ball for 247. Dina Buxton unlucky not to convert the washout. Just missing the 10 pin with the head pin on lane 19. Jason Walsh got out of that ball a little bit early on 21. Run a fraction high for a 3-6-10. Brandon Kowalczewski with a strike in the fourth frame to cover his 9 spare. Emily Bottomley with a nice double in the third and fourth frame. It's this stage of the tournament where we can expect to see some fairly big moves as the condition starts to even out and settle down just a little bit. Mark Dawson with a nice strike in the fourth frame on lane 23 after 3 consecutive spares. That keeps him clean through 4 frames of game number 6. You would find traditionally through this part of the tournament, the higher rev players would generally start to make their move for the top end of the leaderboard. The oil pattern has started to travel down just a fraction, so the higher rev players are able to get the ball back to the pocket without making such a big move as the straighter players. One of our great volunteers, Nick Devaney, just getting in the way of one of the players, but there's no harm in dancing behind the players area with the bowlers, I guess. Jason Walsh gets out of that one nice and clean, and he starts his string again with a strike in the fourth frame. For those of you watching the feed on 21 and 22, you will notice Jason is very, very smooth at the release point. Probably one of the smoothest power players of the modern game here in Australia. Mark Dawson with a nice double on 23 and 24. He seems to have found his rhythm as the pattern started to settle down. Carl Womack after a 9 spare has followed that up with a double in frames 4 and 5. As Brendo Kowalczewski tries to start his string up again. Nice strike there from Brando in frame number 6. What are you throwing, Brando? Well, the reality. Ball looks smooth, looks good. Brando Kowalczewski just saying that he's throwing the reality. Ball looks very smooth off the pattern. Carl Womack with a nice 3-bagger as Emma Walsh tries to double up at the start of her 6th game. Emma with a crossover strike gives her a double to start her 6th game. Young Blake Walsh, the 14-year-old prodigy, has opened up game number 6 with the first 4. Hopefully we won't put the commentator's curse on him and he'll be able to continue a very long string. Matt, we have full set on 12. Anne-Marie Jorgensen's cleaned through her first 3 frames with a double 7 spare.
Tell him 21 and 22 ball return.
Blake Walsh just taking his time on the 5th shot as the mechanic works on the approaches on lanes 11 and 12. Seems to be a little bit sticky. Young Frank Nucifora has cleaned through 5 frames of game number 6, working on a possible Dutch 200 game. Jamie McGleary with a stunning double in her 5th and 6th frame. She seems to be having a bit of fun, always light and bubbly. Daniel Wilson with a little bit of an overreaction for a 6, 7, 9, 10 split. Angelo Nucifora, after his 4-bagger, closes a frame with a 9 spare. As Blake Walsh lines up for his 5th strike in a row. Blake's given that one a fair rip, absolutely drills the pocket for a 5-bagger. This young man is absolutely unbelievable to watch. For those of you that are tuning in, you can expect a few fireworks from young Blake throughout the day. Cheryl Womack comes back with a double of her own on lanes 17 and 18. Emma Walsh covers her double with a 9 spare. Carl Womack with 4 in a row leaves himself a ringing 10-pin. Jason Walsh with a nice 8 spare after his double, as Hannah Clark tries to work on a double of her own on 21 and 22. Mark Dawson with a nice 4-bagger on lane 23. He's hoping for 5 in a row. Goes a fraction high, leaves himself a 4-7. Relatively easy spare as Dina Buxton drains the pocket on 19 and 20 for her first strike of the 6th game. Dina seems to have made the right adjustment. Nice cover from Mark Dawson on lane 23 for his 8 spare. And he can bowl a possible 245. Blake Walsh went a fraction light in his 6th shot, leaving himself a 2-pin spare. Blade Christensen, after 2 open frames, has managed to find himself on a 4-bagger and seems to be doing it quite comfortably at the moment. Hopefully he can continue that stream. Rob Colucci's clean through 6 frames of the 6th game with another 9 spare in frame number 6. Gavin Schultz with a blinding strike in the 7th frame. Well, I did see that game. I was trying not to mention it. Kim Horsey, after a nice 3-bagger, has left herself a 245 baby bucket spare. Frank Nusafora absolutely drills the pocket with a late 10-pin kick, leaving himself a 7-pin. He's cleaned through 7 frames of game number 6. Daniel Wilson, the young champion from Brisbane, up here for the 2nd time in a month. He can strike out for a possible 206. Jamie McGleary is doing what Jamie does best. She's just steaming away like a steam train. She throws a strike in the 9th and sets herself up for a solid 10th frame. Never ever see Jamie unhappy. Rob Colucci with another 9 count. He's having a very solid game in game number 6. Blade Christensen was successful with his 5-bagger attempt as he lines up for a 6-pack on lanes 11 and 12. Angelo Nusafora has cleaned through 7 frames. And Blake Walsh, after his 9 spare, backs it up with a nice solid strike on lanes 13 and 14. Bronwyn Nusafora pulls out a strike of her own on lane 13. And she can strike out for a possible 232. Marissa Rosberg on lanes 15 and 16 showing hubby how it's done as she throws a very nice pocket strike. Carl Womack lining up for a possible 258 on lanes 19 and 20. Carl got a little bit skinny on that one, missed his mark a little bit left for a 7 count, so he can bowl a 245, which won't do his chances any harm. Mark Dawson for a possible 245 game, as Emily Bottomley on lane 24 bowled a very solid 170. Brandon Koloczewski with a 204 on lane 23. Hannah Clark working on 3 strikes in a row can strike out for a possible 210. Jason Walsh leads that one a little bit further right, giving the ball a chance to react for a strike in the 10th. He can strike out for 213. Emma Walsh with a beautiful pocket strike continues her dominance with a double in the 5th and 6th as she goes from strength to strength on the pattern. Emma, of course, being a very solid left-hander, the lane's not breaking down quite as much on the left as it does on the right, just through the sheer volume of play. Blake Walsh with a 3-bagger going into the 10th frame. He can bowl a possible 279. Blade Christensen, after a 9 miss in the 8th frame, has thrown a solid strike in the 9th. He can strike out for 223. Angelo Nucifora is throwing 236 pace if he can strike out in the 10th frame. With Jamie McGleary opening the 10th frame on 5 and 6 for a 191. Frank Nucifora is bowling a possible 196 pace if he can strike out in the 10th frame. With Kim Horsey bowling a possible 202 game. Brian Olsen with a strike in the first ball of the 10th frame on 7 and 8. He can bowl a possible 194. All right, Bronwyn Nucifora down on lanes 13 and 14 has just rolled a very nice 222. Blake Walsh with a very nice 258. Keeps his juggernaut rolling along. Blake Christensen down on lanes 11 and 12, another one of the young guns with a possible 223. And the elder statesman, Angelo Nucifora, with a 233 game. Jamie McGleary, loving life as usual, just walking past. She's like a bottle of champagne. She's full of bubbles and pop. Sophie Jones on lane 13 crushes the pocket for a strike.
Gets a bonus.
Emma Walsh on lane 17 and 18 is working on a 3-bagger after an 8 spare. Absolute bombs a pocket for a strike, giving her 4 in a row and a possible 277 game. Sophie Jones with an 8 count in her second ball of the 10th frame. Bowling well, Frank. Keep it up. Alrighty, just finishing off game number 6. Emma Walsh is bowling like an absolute truck at the moment. Everything she hits just destroys. She's working on a 7-bagger with a strike in the first ball of the 10th. She can strike out for a possible 267, backing up her nice 245 first game. For those of you young players out there that want to see a very smooth left-handed bowler, definitely have a look at Emma Walsh. As I say that, she gets up and hits the pocket for a 7-pin. Now, given the fact that Emma Walsh hasn't bowled for about 7 months because she's had a broken left hand, you'll notice the heavy strapping on her left finger where she's broken her little finger midway up the hand. Emma with a nice spare finishes up with a 256 game. But for those young players, take note of how smooth Emma is, both through the approach and through the release point. She gets through every ball with great consistency, and that's what makes her such a strong player on conditions like this, where they are a little bit tough. Emma will now go up to lanes 21 and 22 for those of you that want to keep watching Emma play. That concludes game number 6 of B Squad for the 2021 Lexus Open here in Townsville. Once again, I'd like to give a massive shout out to our sponsors, Campbell's Kitchen Cabinets, Struddy's Apparel and Sportswear, CLS Constructions North Queensland, Hodgkinson Accounting, Wildflower Photos and Film for all our amazing live stream and camera angles that you'll get over the weekend. That is all brought to you by Wildflower. The Digimen for all your digital sign requirements and 10-pin results so you can keep up to date with your favourite player and all the live score action happening here at Townsville 10-pin and Fun Centre. Our 2 major sponsors is, of course, Townsville 10-pin and Fun Centre. Without them, this tournament could not possibly go ahead. And, of course, the fantastic people of Lexus of Townsville. If you are in the market for a new car, definitely go down and see the team at Lexus of Townsville, and they will definitely help you out. As the bowlers make their transition, just recapping that the proprietors here at Townsville 10-pin and Fun Centre have chipped in a bonus $500 for the first 300 game bowl. We have seen a few people open up with the front 5 and 6. Unfortunately, at the moment, nobody seemed to have carried that through, but definitely stay tuned because I would not be at all surprised if there was a 300 game bowl this weekend. Okay, welcome back to the 2021 Lexus Open as the bowlers get into game number 7. We've had some very nice bowling over the course of the morning. Some of the young guns starting to show the older statesmen how it's done. Blake Walsh with a very nice 503 series. Blake Christensen with a 510 series in the last block. Some of these young lads are definitely starting to show exactly how it's done. Once again, a massive shout out to the sponsors of the tournament: Campbell's Kitchen Cabinets, Struddy's Sportswear and Apparel, CLS Constructions North Queensland, Hodgkinson Accounting, Wildflower Photo and Film. They are responsible for all the fantastic live streams that you guys are watching throughout the course of the weekend. The Digimen for all your digital printing requirements. 10-pin results, where you can keep up to date with your favourite player and all the live action from Townsville 10-pin and Fun Centre. Of course, our two major sponsors being Townsville 10-pin and Fun Centre. To all the staff here for making the bowlers feel welcome and continuing to ensure the machines run as efficiently as possible. And the fantastic people of Lexus of Townsville. If you are in the market for a new car, definitely go down and have a chat to the boys from Lexus of Townsville. They will sort you out with a fantastic motor vehicle. As we wander through the centre, Frank Nucifora working on a 3-bagger in frames 5 through 7. Angelo Nucifora solid as ever through 6 frames. And Annika Davies is consistent through the first 6. Brian Olsen after a strike in frame 7 with a 6-pin spare in frame number 8.
Obviously you're having trouble.
Jason Walsh solid through 7 frames. Rob Colucci with 3 strikes in a row, frames 4 through 6 in his 7th game. Emily Bottomley looking at consolidating a great start with a couple of spares. Annika Davies with a double. We'll stand here and we'll watch Frank Nucifora after his 3 strikes in a row to see if he can capitalise with a possible 4th. Angelo Nucifora on lane number 8. He gets the ball into the ideal strike zone and he cashes in on a fantastic shot for a double in frame number 8. Frank Nucifora with a solid 7-pin. Full set on 8. Frank Nucifora, the left-hander from the Burdekin, he's throwing the ball probably the best I've seen him throw the ball in 12 months, really getting through the shot, and the results are starting to show on the lanes. What's that strike ball using?
Honey Badger Extreme.
The Extreme. One of the great balls from 900 Global, the Honey Badger Extreme. And Frank is throwing the ball rather extreme, coming out of the ball very nicely indeed. Cheryl Womack's off to a great game number 7 with a double. Cameron Christensen also working on a strike. Carl Womack's continuing his run with a strike in the 9th and a possible 9 spare in his first ball of the 10th. What's happening out there, young Blake? Bowling well?
Trying to, yeah.
What are you throwing?
At the moment I'm throwing the high road gold curve.
What did you start off with down there on 13 and 14?
Oh, that was the Rubicon.
Rubicon.
Yeah, I just had it shiny.
Yeah.
Trying to play different. I've got two of them actually. I've got one that's shiny and I've got one that's dull.
Okay.
Because I find, for me personally, I love that ball. It's
Yeah.
my best ball ever. So I wanted to get a second one to kind of have them like complement each other.
Yep. Yeah, no, that's a very smart move. Now, I must admit, I've been talking you up most of the day as being one of the, I guess, the next generation of power players. This is now your second trip for the Lexus.
Yep.
You bowled fantastic last year. Do you feel you've carried that into this year? Did you come into Townsville with a certain confidence based on last year?
I came in with not being cocky or anything, but I came with confidence knowing I competed here last year and I did well.
Yep.
I never crossed my mind that it's like a guaranteed win or anything like that. I just come in knowing that I bowled here last year, so I'm trying to work on keeping that momentum going and keep pushing forward.
Awesome. No, that's what I was getting at. Like, I watched you practice yesterday with Jason and a few of the other guys, and you seem to be finding your rhythm, and you seem to have carried that into this morning. The start wasn't fantastic, but you've worked into that, and that's what I'm saying. Do you think that carries over from the confidence you had here last year?
So I came in with the mentality knowing that I have the ability to bowl well.
Yep.
If I focus on maintaining my balance, all the basics, I know that I have the ability to bowl well here. And unfortunately, the second block I struggled with the pair.
Yep.
Couldn't find the shot, and was actually really confused. And then kind of just moved towards the pair and found rhythm again. And got it back.
Awesome. All right, well, good luck for the rest of the day. Hope it keeps up. Young Blake Walsh there. Very well-spoken young man. As you can tell by that, he's very much a student of the game. He's very knowledgeable in where he has to be at certain times of the tournament and certain stages of the tournament. Daniel Wilson down on 23 and 24 with a possible 192. Dina Buxton on 24 can strike out for a 192. Emma Walsh working on a strike in frame 7. No doubt she'll find her rhythm and she'll be able to capitalise on a great block that she threw in games 5 and 6. Blake Walsh with a 9 spare in his first ball of the 10th. He can bowl a possible 215 after his 505 block, so he continues his great run of fortune here at Townsville 10 Pin and Fun Centre. Cheryl Womack looks like bowling a very nice 223 game. Great strike in the bonus ball from Anne-Marie Jorgensen. Give her a 192. Carl Womack has started game number 8 with a double. He's starting to find a bit of form as the condition comes to him. Blake Walsh with a nice strike in his bonus ball for a 215. Nice game, Cheryl. You're throwing the ball well today.
Doesn't feel like it, but I am having a go.
All right, it looks like you're throwing the ball well. I'm not sure what it feels like, but it looks like you're throwing the ball well.
Yeah. It's a consistent read out there. It's quite nice to have.
Have you had to make much of a change? Like, for not trying to sound derogatory, but being a straighter player, have you had to make the same adjustments that, say, Carl or...
I've more so just changed balls and made a 2-board left change.
Okay.
Pretty well much doing the same line, just a ball change now.
Yep.
Has proved to be, thanks to my husband, the right choice yet again.
Because I've noticed Carl's moved quite a a big gap left and balled down as well.
Yep.
Brando's done the same. Jason Walsh has done the same. I didn't know whether the same adjustments were made for the straighter players or whether it was just the power players that did have to make big jumps.
No, I've only really made a real small move, and it's just the same line, and if I release it right, it's just there. The shot is really consistent. I'm really pleased with it. It's a consistent shot. Both lanes are consistent,
Yep.
which is great to see. And I don't know, we'll see how it pans out for the rest of the game.
Well, good luck for the rest of the day. Cheryl Womack there on 13 and 14 after a very nice 222 in her 7th game. Her husband Carl Womack has started game number 8 with a 3-bagger. Lily Wilson with a nice strike to start her game number 8, as has Jason Walsh. Oh, 4-9 out of the pocket for Brian Olsen after what looked like a very good ball. He's down on lane 3 and 4 with Jason Walsh and Lily Wilson. Nice double from Jason Walsh to start game number 8. Great spare from Emily Bottomley to start game number 8. Angelo Nusafora trips the 9 off the 4-9 to leave himself a 4-pin spare. Frank Nusafora got a little bit skinny, missing target to the right, leaving himself with a 6-pin spare. Jamie McGleary with a great spare on lane 10, sparing the 3, 4, 6, 7. Is there anything this girl can't do? Tracy Tarozzi showing her husband how it's done. Gavin Schultz working on a double in game number 8. He's looking to build. Beautiful strike in the 3rd frame for Gavin. He's on lanes 11 and 12 with Tracy Tarozzi. Carl Womack with a very nice 5-bagger to start on lanes 15 and 16. As I mentioned before, the proprietors here at Townsville 10-Pin and Fun Centre have kicked in an extra $500 for the first 300 game bowled, so Carl's well on track for that. Carl's up on 15 and 16, looking for 6 in a row to start his 8th game. He's given it enough room and carries. Great shot there from Carl Womack. He too looks like he's using the IQ Gold Pearl. Blake Walsh is still solid through 3 frames with a strike and 2 9 spares. Graham Clark opens up game number 8 with a double. Dina Buxton on 23 and 24 is clean through 3 frames with a strike and 2 spares, as is Daniel Wilson. Hannah Clark keeps her great run going with a strike in the 4th frame. She's clean through 4 frames. Graham Clark opens up with 3 strikes for game number 8. Emma Walsh has made a ball change for game number 8. She obviously didn't like the roll and carry. Seems to be a good ball choice. Emma seems to have gone to the Rubicon as her ball of choice, which seems like a fairly common ball change. Carl Womack, after his 6 in a row start, throws a 7 spare in his 7th frame. So he's throwing at a possible 277 pace. Hannah Clark on 17 and 18 throws a double to keep her clean game alive. Blake Walsh looking to double up in the 4th and 5th frame. Ringing 10 from young Blake. Cheryl Womack still clean through 3 frames with 3 9 spares. Nine spare for Gavin Schultz after a 4-bagger. Angelo Nusafora with a 9 count after his double, as Frank Nusafora tries to stay clean after 5 frames. Frank with a very nice pocket strike in frame number 5. Nice spare there by Brian Olsen on lanes 3 and 4. Jason Walsh on lane 4 after an 8 spare in the 3rd frame has also thrown a double. Jason, of course, is a former Team Australia member and one of Australian bowling legend. He's having a great tournament at the moment, very consistent. Emily Bottomley, after her double on lanes 5 and 6, has left herself an 8 count. Bronwyn Nusafora, after her opening 4-bagger, has left a solid 9 pin after a pocket shot on lanes 9 and 10. Jamie McGlary's covered her open frame up with a strike in frame 6 on the same pair. Carl Womack's throwing at a possible 266 pace. And that'll jump him up the leaderboard quite significantly. Brando, after a 9 spare on lane 19 and 20, has thrown a double. He's looking to start a string, but unfortunately throws a 2-8 after a light pocket shot. Carl Womack on lanes 15 and 16 with a very nice 242. That gives him a great block. Oh, a nice spare by Tamron Christensen. Sparing the washout on lane 14. Brandon Kwolakowski after his spare consolidates with a strike on lane 19 and 20. Charmaine Fisher also with a strike on lane 21. Blake Walsh with a nice 7 spare on lane number 18 as Hannah Clark works on a double after her open frame in the 6th. Cheryl Womack keeps her good fortune going after a double with a solid 10 pin. Anne-Marie Jorgensen unfortunately pushes past the 6, taking the 10 pin only. Emma Walsh with another great strike. That gives her 3 in a row after her great ball change. Cheryl with a very nice 10 pin spare. Alrighty, as we update the live scores here, we have Brian 206,
Yep.
Lily 232,
232. Yep.
Jason 266,
266 for Walshy.
yep, Belinda 189,
189.
Rob 211,
211.
Emily 178,
178.
Angelo 237,
237.
Annika 198,
198.
Frank 182,
182. Yep.
Bron 174,
174.
Sophie 144,
144. Yep.
Jamie 176,
176. Yep.
Heath 160,
160.
Tracy 183,
183. Yep.
Gavin 177,
177.
Cheryl 222,
22.
Tamron 196,
196. Nice work, Sam. Yep.
Anne-Marie 192,
192. Yep.
Carl 211,
311.
Blade 171,
171.
Hannah 201,
201. Yep.
Blake 215,
Right. 215. Yep.
Brando 221,
Yep.
Mark 145,
145. Yep.
Missy 160,
160. Yep.
Kim 138,
138.
Charmaine 157,
57.
Emma 172,
172.
Daniel 192,
192.
Graham 194.
194.
And that completes our update for game number 7. Whoop, and Dina 181. That was my bad. I should put my glasses on.
181. Back up. East of game 7. And published, Mr. Gardner.
Okay, that's the live scores updated for game number 7 of the 2021 Lexus Open. Coming to you live from Townsville 10-Pin and Fun Centre. Heath Baker in game number 8 throws a very nice 203. Carl Womack, as we said, with a 242. Hannah Clark with a 222. Gavin Schultz with a very nice 232 game. 202 for Frank Nusafora. 226 for Angelo Nusafora. Tracy Tarozzi with a very nice 192 on lanes 11 and 12. Cheryl Womack with a bad break, leaving a 510 on lane 14. It's going to be hard for her to keep her clean game going, but she should still be bowling at a possible 200 pace if she can strike out in frame 10. Blake Walsh with a 180 game after opening the 10th frame. Brando Kowalczewski on lanes 19 and 20 absolutely drains the pocket for a strike in the 9th. He's throwing at a possible 228 pace. The Emma Walsh juggernaut keeps chugging along with her strike in frame number 8, giving her a possible 259. Daniel Wilson with a nice 203 down on lane 23 and 24. Graham Clark with a nice light carry on lane 23, giving him a possibility at 211. Brando with a nice double up with a strike on the first ball of the 10th frame. Brando's looking at striking out for 228. Graham Clark gave that one a bit more room and a very nice strike for his second ball of the 10th. That'll give him a real chance at 211 and keeping his aspirations of a top 20 finish well and truly in the mix. Brando goes a little bit high for a 7 count. That'll give him a 215 with a spare. Graham with an 8 count in the bonus ball for 209. Still a good game for young Graham Clark. Emma Walsh lines up on lane 21. She got through that one nicely. The ball climbs. Oh, that is unlucky. She's moved the 5-pin to about a 9.5-pin position. That was unlucky there for young Emma. She'll make that and she can still strike out for 239. That'll consolidate her 171 in the 7th game and give her a nice 400 block to keep her tournament well and truly on track. Nice finish for Mark Dawson with a 227 game with a strike in the bonus ball of the 10th frame. Emma Walsh lining up on lane 22. She got out of that one nicely. Beautiful shot pushing the 5-pin into the 10-pin for a strike in the first ball of the 10th. She can strike out for 239. Kim Horsley goes a little bit light on lane 21, leaving a 4-5. Emma Walsh very methodical in her setup on lane 22. Gets out of that one clean, gives it a little bit more room to the left, but manages to get the ball back to the pocket. She seems to have a little bit of area to the left. Again, Emma's playing a little bit straighter than some of the players, but she does have a fairly powerful release. So she does have the ability to get the ball down the lane, but get it to climb the hill back to the pocket, which some of the straighter players are having a little bit of drama with. Another great release. She got a little bit more behind that, and you'll notice the ball picked up the mid lane a little bit earlier, rolled up to the pocket a bit harder. A great finish by Emma Walsh for 239 in game number 8. Alrighty, that concludes games 7 and 8 from the Townsville Lexus Open for 2021, bowlers have 2 more blocks in this, the B squad. Just while the bowlers are making their lane change, a big shout out must go to our sponsors. Campbell's Kitchen Cabinets, Struddy's Sportswear and Apparel, CLS Constructions North Queensland, Hodgkinson Accounting, Wildflower, Photo and Film. They are responsible for all our fantastic live feeds throughout the weekend. Digimen for all your digital requirements. 10-pin results where you can keep up to date and follow your favourite players throughout the course of the weekend. And of course our major sponsors, Townsville 10-pin and Fun Centre, Lily Wilson and all the crew here in Townsville, and the wonderful people at Lexus of Townsville. For those of you that are in the market for a new car, please go down and have a chat to the staff at Lexus of Townsville and they will put you in a great motor vehicle. Special mention must go to the proprietors of Townsville 10-pin and Fun Centre. Throughout the course of last night, they chipped in an extra $500 for the first 300 game bowled. The advertised prize fund was $1,000. That has now been bumped up to $1,500 for the first 300 game bowled. We have seen a few bowlers open up with the front 6 and front 7. Hopefully throughout the course of the day we can see somebody carry that through to the 300 game and the wonderful prize of $1,500. Brandon Kowalczewski on lane 15 and 16. He's put his hand up for it, opening game number 9 with a strike. Anne-Marie Jorgensen has also opened up with a strike. Frank Nusafora, the left-handed legend from Ayr, has opened up game number 9 with a double. Gavin Schultz has also opened up with a strike for his first ball of game number 9. Blake Walsh has opened up with a strike down on lanes 21 and 22. He goes a fraction light, leaving himself a baby bucket. Frank Nusafora crushes the pocket once again for the front 3. He's starting to make a bit of a charge towards the pointy end of the leaderboard as well. Anne-Marie Jorgensen with a 9 count on lane 17. Gavin Schultz on lane 15 trying to double up for his start. Unfortunately, he goes a fraction left, leaves himself a 310. Carl Womack, after a bit of a shaky start in the first frame, has come back with a double of his own. Jason Walsh on lanes 7 and 8 has opened up with a double. Emma Walsh down on lanes 3 and 4 has also opened up with a double. Tamron Christensen on lane 9 and 10, one of the local juniors, after her open in the first, has covered that up with a strike. Cheryl Womack remains a picture of consistency with a spare strike to open her 9th game. Emily Bottomley with a nice 9 count in the third frame. Frank Nucifora got out of that one sweet. Goes a little bit high, but trips to 6'10". He'll be happy with that, giving him 4 in a row. Jason Walsh absolutely drains the pocket for 3 in a row to start his game 9, as Emma Walsh lines up on lane 4 to try and open her account with a 3-bagger. Carl Womack with a ringing 10-pin on lane number 12 after his open frame and double. He should spare that and be on his merry way for another solid game. Bronwyn Nucifora makes a spare on lane number 6. Emma Walsh can't quite kick out the 6-pin down on lane 4, so she's opened up with a double 9. Jamie McGleary, after her 7-10 split out of the pocket, has followed that up with a nice double. And as usual, she's as bubbly as a bottle of champagne, and that won't faze her at all. Young Mark Dawson, he seems to be throwing the ball rather nicely at the moment, opening up with 2 spares and a very strong strike in his 9th game, as Frank Nucifora continues his consistently strong run with a nice 5-bagger. Carl Womack gives that a little bit more room to the right and gets the advantage of a nice 4-pin kick off the wall. Jason Walsh lets rip down on lane 7, punches the 8-pin out late to open his account with the front 4. We are now in the championship games leading into the end of qualifying here, with some of the stronger players starting to make their move to consolidate an entry into round 2. Now, just to mention, the top 20 at the end of qualifying will make it through to round 2. Emma Walsh drops another bomb and trips a 6-pin out late after her 9 spare. Frank Nucifora goes a fraction high, leaving himself a 4-7-8 after his 5 in a row. Jamie McGleary once again crushes the pocket for a nice 5-pin and gives us a little bit of a boogie dance after it for her 3 in a row. Cheryl Womack, after an unfortunate Greek church, gets up there and she carries on lane number 10. Carl Womack on lane 12. He gives himself a double and every opportunity at a very strong game. Frank Nucifora covers his 7 spare quite confidently, and he'll move on to try and get his string going again. On the far end of the house, we have Brando with a double up on lane 15 after his 9 spare. Blake Walsh, after a spare in the 2nd frame, has also thrown a double. Brando kicks out the 7-10 late for a 3-bagger on lane 15. This could be the start of big things for him. Blake Walsh goes a fraction high for a 6-10. Missy Rosberg, after an open in the 1st frame, has gone double 8 spare. Brian Olsen remains clean through 5 frames of game number 9. Blake Walsh on lane 21 and 22 covers his 610 spare, keeping him clean through 5 frames. Marissa Rosberg, beautiful strike in frame number 5. Linda Kirby hits the pocket, leaves a solid 4-pin, went a little bit high. She should cover that. Brian Olsen also with a solid 4-pin. Brandon Kowalczewski on 15 and 16s, working on a 3-bagger, looking for 4. Jamie McGleary gets through that one a little bit further right, but it should pick up on the dry. Manages to kick out the 7, but unfortunately not the 10. Same with Brando on lane 16, just can't manage to kick that 10 pin out. Carl Womack's chugging along nicely on lanes 11 and 12. Frank Nucifora is also clean through 8 frames of game number 9. Cheryl Womack on 9 and 10s working on a double. Jason Walsh is clean through the front 6 frames of game number 9. Cheryl with a 3-bagger is keeping her game nice and clean so far. Dina Buxton with a ball change has managed to throw a double and a 9 count. Emma Walsh covers her 9 count with a spare also. Nice conversion there from Dina Buxton down on lane 5 and 6. Angelo Nucifora with a double of his own in frames 6 and 7. Jason Walsh can't quite kick out the 7 pin on lane number 8. Emma manages to kick out the 7 pin on lane number 4, giving her a clean game through 7 frames, with a strike working on a 7th. Throwing the ball well, Emma. Looking very comfortable out there. I was going to say, I noticed you changed balls in the middle of the last block. Did you just not like the read, or? So what have you gone to, the Rubicon? Seems to be a fairly popular ball on this pattern, both left and right hand side.
Yeah,
So,
okay. So the righties
yeah.
as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
That bit of extra room.
It seems on the left, and I might be wrong, but it seems you've got a little bit of miss room left where the right-handers don't seem to have as big a miss area. Does it?
I think so.
Does it seem like that? Like, I watched George bowl last night, and he said that he sanded a ball back so he had that miss room. But you seem, actually you and Frank, seem to have that natural bleed room to the left. Do you find that is giving you that confidence to throw your game? I mean, I know you haven't bowled for a while because of the broken hand,
Yeah.
but you seem very free in what you're doing.
Yeah, so I'm feeling comfortable. So, and I think because I have that little bit of extra room on the left there.
You've got that confidence to throw your shot. Awesome. All right, we'll keep going. Hope it stays for the rest of the day. Just chatting there to Emma Walsh. And as you would have heard, there is a little bit of miss room to the left for the left-handers, meaning they can miss their target to the left and still have the ball climb up into the pocket, which is something the right-handers don't seem to have on the outside. Emma seems to be playing out around 6 and 7 board at the break point, where the right-handers seem to have to be in around 8, 9 or 10. Emma got out of that one nicely, ball climbed the hill very nicely, kicks a 7-pin out superbly. Now as you heard, Emma did ball down to the Rubicon. The Rubicon being a pearlised cover stock gives her a little bit more length, but still gives her that nice back-end drive that she's looking for. There have been a few bowlers that have bowled down to the Rubicon. Again, any of the equipment that you hear used over the course of the weekend, please contact your local pro shop proprietor. I'm sure if they don't have one in stock, they will be able to order one in for you. Carl Womack throws a very nice 236 in game number 9. Frank Nusafora with a 232 in game number 9. Some very, very nice bowling there by these two gentlemen. As we head further along the house, Brandon Kolochevsky working on a double in frames 7 and 8. Gavin Schultz working on 3 spares. Kim Horsley with a spare in the 9th frame, looking to set herself up for a strong 10th frame. Blake Walsh, the junior juggernaut, working on a double in the 8th and 9th, setting himself up for another spectacular game. Blade Christensen kicks out the 6-pin late for a strike in the 9th. Graham Clark with a strike in the 9th frame. Blake Walsh with a possible 258 if he can go off the sheet as Marissa Schultz or Marissa Rosberg with a double in the 8th and 9th. Little bit of a Freudian slip there. Her father walked past just as I was announcing that she'd just thrown a strike, and I saw the first name and the surname. I'm sure she'll probably punch me later on. Blake Walsh absolutely drills the pocket. This kid really is something to watch. Oh, Brian Olsen with a pocket 8-10. You can't throw it much better than that. Blake Walsh, second ball of the 10th on lane 21. Nice shot, kicks out the 10 late. One more strike for 258. Seriously, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to see power at its best, you need to watch young Blake Walsh. Blake gets up, bonus ball on lane 21. Gets through that one nicely. Gets it out to about 8 board. Smacks the pocket for a ringing 10, 257. Nice game for young Blake Walsh. Missy Rosberg with a possible 203. Brando with a possible 226. He winds one out and trips the 10 for 226. Frank Nucifora has opened up with a 3-bagger again. Lad's on fire in game number 10. Jason Walsh with a 244 to finish his game number 9, and Emily Bottomley with a very nice 194 game in game number 9. Angelo Nucifora on lane 4 absolutely bombs a 710 out of the pocket. Nice spare by Bronwyn Nucifora on lane 5 and 6. Carl Womack with a cave in for his 5th shot for a strike. He'll be happy with that. Frank Nucifora on lanes 11 and 12 at the front 4. He seems to have found his happy place on this pair. Hopefully we don't put the commentator's curse on him and he can keep his string alive. Ooh, unfortunately not, leaving a solid 7-pin in frame number 5. Wade Christensen opens up game number 10 with a strike, as does Blake Walsh.
That rolled a lot better.
All right, that's something you don't see every day. Down on lane 19, young Daniel Wilson just spared the 710. Absolutely outstanding effort. Yeah, just confirmation on that. Dan Wilson just spared the 710. Absolutely outstanding effort. Alrighty. Just in the early stages of game number 10 here at the 2021 Lexus of Townsville second qualifying squad. We have Emily Bottomley down on 9 and 10 has opened up her game with a double. Frank Nusafora, after a 9 spare in the 5th frame, has followed that up with a nice double also. Blake Walsh down on 21 and 22 has opened up with the front 3, as has Brando Kolachevsky. If any of those bowlers can manage to go all the way for a 300 game, they will be $1,500 richer after the staff at Townsville 10 pin kicked in an extra $500 in the 300 game pool. Young Blake Walsh has just drained the 4th one for 4-bagger, so he's well and truly on his way. Mr. Wilson, 7-10, well done, son. Brando Kolachevsky with the front 4 on lane 15 and 16. Definitely need to tune into both of those pairs, 15 and 16 and 21 and 22. We have 2 bowlers opening up with the front 4. Frank Nusafora, the left-handed assassin from Burdekin. He's hoping for a 4 in a row. He likes the look of that. Absolutely drills the pocket for the carry. Well done, Musty. Emma Walsh with an open frame in frame number 4 will be looking to get back in the pocket and trying to consolidate her game in game number 10. Bronwyn Nusafora with a very nice pocket strike on lanes 5 and 6. Beautiful ball off the hand from Emma and carries a 3-pin late. Carl Womack leaving a big 4 in the second bowl of the 10th. He'll be throwing a minimum 205 game in his second game after a very nice 230 start. Frank Nusafora with a 9 spare can throw a maximum 258 after his 237, giving him a nice 490 block. Hannah Clark working on 3 strikes in a row on lane 13 and 14. He's looking for a big game. Brando Kolochevsky's opened up with the front 5, as has Blake Walsh. Both men are up for their 6th shot at almost identical. Blake lets it rip on lane 22, drills the pocket and carries the 6th. Brando with a very late 10-pin fall for 7-pin. He got a good break on that one. Daniel Wilson, after his 7-10 spare on lane 19 and 20, is working on a double. Marissa Rosberg with a nice spare in frame number 5. Blake Walsh with the front 6 on lanes 21 and 22. He'll be lining up for 7 in a row. As we said, the proprietors here at Townsville 10-Pin and Fun Centre have boosted the 300 pool by $500, making a total of $1,500 if anybody can manage to throw 300, and at the moment Blake Walsh is well in line. Blake Walsh lines up on lane 21. Pretty cool character, young Blake. He steps up to the line, lets rip, gets that out to about 8 board, goes a fraction light, leaves himself a 2.8. Unlucky for the young man, but he's still on track for 278. Brandon Kolochevsky, after his 5 in a row, 9 spares, also drilled himself another 9 count. He's made that spare comfortably as Jamie McGleary throws a double in the later stages of her 10th game. Emma Walsh back on track with a double 9 spare, getting her back in the ballpark. After a fairly shaky start to her 10th game, nice strike there from Cheryl Womack in frame number 6. Brandon Kolochevsky on lane 15, looking to start his string back up. As Blake Walsh, after his 8 spare, drives the pocket again for a strike. He's throwing 278 pace. Brando goes a fraction high, leaving a 4.7, which will give him 3 consecutive spares after his opening 5-bagger.
We've had a couple over there that have got
Daniel Wilson with 5 in a row on 19 and 20 after his 3 consecutive spares. So he's on track for another blistering game as well. Chloe Jones has just entered the building, looking a picture of health, as always. She seems to be in a pretty good mood, smiling and laughing with everybody. Hannah Clark down on 13 and 14 with a very nice 247 game. Carl Womack finished up with 207 and Frank Nusafora with a 258 for a very good block, giving him 495. Blake Walsh with a 7 count. He can throw a possible 255 if he manages to spare. Emily Bottomley with a very nice strike in the 8th frame as Blake Walsh covers his 7 count. Jason Walsh with a 9 count in his 8th frame. Throwing at a 2-0 pace at the moment, but can increase that with a double. Blake Walsh finishes with 245 after his great six-bagger to open. Mark Dawson on lane 15, bowling with Brando Koloczewski, can bowl a possible 236. Brando himself has finished with 235, which has kept his hopes alive. Mark Dawson with a solid 8-pin to finish, 235. Nice game there from Mark Dawson. As we look down the bottom end of the house, we can see a few good scores starting to happen down here. Jason Walsh with a possible 226. Emily Bottomley with a nice spare for a possible 176. Comments there from Rudy Tarozzi. 192 for Emma Walsh. Digs out a great score after a fairly unspectacular start to the game, I must say. Jason Walsh with an 8 count in the second ball to throw 214. Nice spare there by Sophie Jones on lane number 5. Coming to the concluding stages of game number 10 with 2 games to go in this, the second block of qualifying. Now bear in mind we will be bringing you squads C and D live on the stream also. Just like to give a big shout out to our sponsors for the event this weekend. Campbell's Cabinets and Kitchenery, Struddy's Sportswear and Apparel, CLS Constructions North Queensland, Hodgkinson Accounting, the Digimen for all your digital media requirements, 10-pin results where you can track and keep up to date with all the live scores and action from today's play. And of course our 2 major sponsors, Townsville 10-pin and Fun Centre. Without them hosting the tournament, we'd be unable to be here this weekend. And of course the fabulous people at Lexus of Townsville. For those of you that are in the market for a new car, by all means give the fantastic crew at Lexus Townsville a call and they will sort out all your car requirements. To the staff at Townsville 10-pin and Fun Centre, absolutely sensational effort with all your hard work over the weekend, making the bowlers feel not only welcome but comfortable and very much at home. The back end staff are doing an amazing job at the moment. They are on top of any issues that have arisen, as well as Tyson Jones, our amazing tournament director, Cameron Nowak and all the crew at Wildflower Photography for all the great live streaming and still photos that will be up online. Without the help and support of all these people, none of this is possible. And of course our lane marshals, the volunteer lane marshals. Absolutely amazing effort by all involved. If you are in the Townsville area, by all means, drop in, watch some of the amazing action taking place. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2021 Lexus of Townsville Open. This is the final block of qualifying for B squad. These are games 11 and 12. As we head into the final block of qualifying for this squad, we've seen some fantastic bowling today. Been several games, especially by the younger guys, 250 plus. Of course, there is the extra lure of $1,500 up for a 300 game, as the proprietors of Townsville 10 Pin and Fun Centre have kicked in a bonus $500 for the 300 pool. Brandon Kowalczewski has opened game number 11 with a strike, as has Mark Dawson and Jason Walsh. Emily Bottomley's also opened up with a strike, along with Frank Nusafora. Brian Olsen on 17 with Lily Wilson have both opened up with a strike. Graham Clark on lane 15. He's opened his game 11 account with a strike also. Jason Walsh with a ball change for the final block. He's opened up with a double, kicking the 9 pin forward. As we look down the house, we see Blake Walsh down on lane number 4 has also opened up with a strike. Blake Walsh lines up on lane number 3, hoping to open up his final block with a double. Given that one a little bit more room to the right, but the ball's kicked back a little bit harder, leaving himself a 6-10. Emma Walsh with a 10 pin to open her account with a 9 spare 9. Mark Dawson's opened up with a double. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2021 Lexus. Jason Walsh down on lanes 11 and 12 has opened up with the front 5. He has made a slight ball change. He's balled down. I think he too is now throwing the Rubicon. Oh, ringing 10, frame number 6. Great effort there by Jason Walsh. Lily Wilson also opened up with the front 5. Unfortunately, she threw a 9 miss in frame number 6. Brando, after a spare in the second frame, has strung 3 together. He's starting to make his claim at a second stage appearance. Beautiful strike there by Brando. In all the years I've seen Brando bowl, his style has not changed. He has been silky smooth, but definitely lifts the cover off the ball.
Keep an eye for that person.
Alrighty, game number 11 is well and truly underway. We've got some great starts to the game. Down on 3 and 4, Blake Walsh opened up with a front 4 and a 9 spare. Marissa Rosberg with 3 closed frames in the first 4. Brando Kolachevsky with 5 in a row on lanes 11 and 12 after a strike 9 spare. Jason Walsh, after his front 5, 9 spare, is consolidated with a nice strike in the 7th frame. Daniel Wilson, after a bit of a shaky start, he's started his string with a double in frames 5 and 6. He'll look to build on that. Lily Wilson, the newly appointed manager here at Townsville 10-Pin and Fun Centre, she's opened up with the front 5. Unfortunately opened frame 6 but then consolidated with a double, so she's on her way to a very nice game indeed. Frank Nucifora has finally decided to pull his finger out and make a charge. He's got a strike in the 7th, possible 227 game should he go off the sheet. Thank you, Frank, I needed that. Angelo Nucifora with a double in frames 7 and 8. He's keeping his charge going. Anne-Marie Jorgensen with a strike in frame number 8. Also looking solid at the moment. Angelo lets rip for a 3-bagger in frames 7, 8 and 9. Angelo Nusifora can bowl 247 should he strike out in the 10th frame on 21 and 22. Nice shot there by Blake Christensen. Unfortunately can't quite kick out the 4-pin. Oh, nice carry there from Anne-Marie Jorgensen for a double in the 9th. That was a bit solid. We'll run with that. For those of you that missed it, you need to have a look at the replay of lane 22. Not what you would call the ideal shot, but carried. That's all that matters. Lily Wilson continues on her strike string with 3 in a row. She's looking at a possible 267 should she strike out. Frank Nusifora looking to double up with a strike in the 8th frame. Unfortunately can't quite kick out the 7-pin after giving the ball a little bit more room. Dina Buxton with a strike in frame number 8. Brandon Kowalczewski working on 6 in a row going into the 9th frame on lanes 11 and 12. Oh, absolute jams a 9-pin. That is a bad break. The ball just cuts in a little bit too hard. Jason Walsh on lane number 12 looking to set himself up for a great 10th frame. Nice pocket strike for Jason. Change down to the Rubicon, Jace? Change down to the Rubicon?
I had to get in a bit.
Seems to be the go-to ball. There's a few people who've made that change sort of mid-block. Still throwing the ball well?
Trying.
Well, it's looking like it. Young Tamlin Christensen down on 5 and 6 with a 3-bagger of 5, 6 and 7. Blake Walsh with a solid 10 in frame number 8. He's just looking to consolidate a decent game. He can still strike out for 228 if he makes the spare. Hannah Clark, after her 240 game, is looking at consolidating that with a possible 226. Dina Buxton with a nice 10-pin spare in the 9th frame. Brando with a nice strike first ball of the 10th frame. He's looking at a possible 259. Jason Walsh with the Rubicon gets up there and throws a nice strike first ball of the 10th. He too can throw 259. Ooh, Brando can't quite kick out the 10-pin. That'll give him 249.
Good start. 1 frame left.
Possible 217 for Frank Nusifora in game number 11. Frank makes a solid spare in the 10th. Hopefully he can strike on a bonus ball. Graham Clark can possibly bowl 247 if he can strike out in the 10th. .237 for Frank, 217, sorry, for Frank Nucifora on lane number 16, as Graham Clark tries to strike out for a possible 247. Jason Walsh on 11 and 12 with a 248, as did Brando Kolachevsky. As we head into the last game of B Squad qualifying, a big shout out's got to go to the fabulous sponsors of the tournament this weekend. Campbell's Kitchen Cabinets, Strutty's Sportswear and Apparel,
Yes.
246 for Graham Clark on lane 15 and 16. As we head into game number 12 here at B Squad of the 2021 Lexus Open in Townsville. Without the great sponsors such as Campbell's Kitchen Cabinets, Strutty's Apparel, CLS Constructions, Hodgkins Accounting, Wildflower Photo and Film, bringing you all these fantastic live stream videos, the Digimen for all your digital media requirements, 10-pin results so you can stay up to date and follow all your favourite players, and of course the two major sponsors, Townsville 10-pin and Fun Setup, and the sensational staff down at Lexus of Townsville. If you are in the market for a new car, please go down and see the staff at Lexus of Townsville for a great driving experience. Okay, as we enter into game number 12 for B squad, Brando Kolachevsky on lane 11 and 12 has opened up with the front three. Daniel Wilson on 15 and 16 has opened up with an 8 spare strike. Emma Walsh has opened up with 2 spares. Dina Buxton on lanes 9 and 10 has opened up with a double 9 spare. Blake Walsh down on lanes 3 and 4 has finished up with a 2:36 game, keeping his great run alive. Graham Clark's opened up with a double on lane 15 and 16. Brando lines up on lane 11, absolutely smacks the pocket for a beautiful strike, giving him 4 in a row. Emily Bottomley also with a great strike on lane number 13, keeping her clean after 3 frames of game number 12. Frank Nusafora with a strike after his 2 9 spares. He's clean through 3 frames, as Graham Clark also looks to open up with the front 3. Jason Walsh on 11 and 12 after opening the first frame has thrown 3 beautiful flush pocket shots to keep himself in the hunt. Graham Clark, absolutely beautiful shot for a strike in the 3rd frame, giving him the front 3. Mark Dawson doubles up with a crossover strike in frame number 4. Dan Wilson with a 3-bagger of his own after 4 frames. Jamie McGleary on 17 and 18 with a nice 9 spare. Oh, Frank Nusafora can't quite kick out the 7-pin after giving the ball a little bit more room to the left. Brando goes a fraction shallow but manages to carry for frame number 5. That gives him 5 in a row. Emily Bottomley's found herself a shot on 13 and 14, throwing 2 very nice shots in frame number 3 and 4. Dina Buxton, after 2 9 spares, has struck in the 5th frame, trying to get her campaign back online. Blake Walsh down on lane number 4 has opened up with a very nice double in game number 12 also. Mark Dawson on 11 and 12 with 3 in a row after 2 9 spares. He's looking at making a late charge at the top 20. Emma Walsh not quite able to spare the washout on lane number 8. Dina Buxton's clean through 6 frames in her last game of qualifying. Heath Baker down on lane 3 with a very nice pocket strike. Blake Walsh down on 3 and 4 looking to start up with the front 3. As Brando Kolachevsky on lane 11 is trying to throw for 6 in a row, which he does. Seems Brando's got a little bit of miss room to the left. He threw that one a little bit skinny, but managed to get the ball to carry. Graham Clark also with the front 5 on lane 15 and 16. Mark Dawson with a 4-bagger on lane 11 and 12 as he follows Brando Koloczewski, who's opened up with the front 6. Blake Walsh, the young gun, has opened up with the front 3 as well, looking to make it 4 in a row. Graham Clark on 15 and 16. He's lining up to open up with the front 6. Nice pocket shot from Graham for the front 6. Brando lets fly on 11 and 12 and jams a 10 pin, unfortunately, which brings his strike run to an end. Blake Walsh lines up on lane number 4. Gets the ball out to the right. Oh, unfortunately goes through the nose. Leaves himself a split. Dina Buxton with a nice strike in the 8th frame on lane number 10. That keeps her game clean through 8 frames. Mark Dawson making a late run with a 5-bagger after his opening double 9 spares. Frank Nusafora with a strike in frame number 7. Graham Clark lining up on lane number 16, trying to open up with the front 7 to give himself a good chance at the $1,500 300 game. He got that one a little bit left, doesn't manage to carry, leaves himself a 610. Brian Olsen on lane 17 and 18 has bowled a 206 game, and Jamie McGleary's finished her qualifying with a 218. Jason Walsh with a 3-bagger. As Daniel Wilson strikes in frame number 8. Alrighty, getting into the final throws of game number 12 here at B Squad at the Lexus Open of 2021. Blake Walsh, after a pocket 710, has covered that with a strike. Emma Walsh working on a beautiful four-bagger. She's looking at setting up the final throws of her qualifying attempt. She throws a 9 count in frame number 9 and the chance of a possible 225 finish. Dina Buxton will finish up with a 200 game. Mark Dawson's on track for a 279 game, as is Brando Kolachevsky. Emily Bottomley's finishing strong. Graham Clark is in line for a possible 256 game. Frank Nusafora can bowl a possible 227 game if he can punch out in the 10th frame on 15 and 16. Angelo Nusafora finishes his qualifying with a 202 game. Anne-Marie Jorgensen on lane number 22 finishes with a 193 game. Blade Christensen is bowling at a possible 240 pace, working on 4 strikes in a row, leading into his 9th and 10th frame. .201 game for Lily Wilson on lane 17, finishes her qualifying strong. Frank Nusafora is going to finish up with a possible 206 game. .211 for Daniel Wilson ends his qualifying. Brando finishes strong with a 258 game. Jason Walsh on 11 and 12 can finish up with a possible 224 game. And Mark Dawson on lane 11 still in line for a possible 279. Graham Clark with a strike on the first ball of the 10th keeps his hopes alive for a 256 finish. Emily Bottomley drills the first ball of the 10th for a strike, giving her a possibility at 211. Emma Walsh finishes up with a nice 200 even, or 210, sorry. That should see her comfortably through to stage 2 in the women's division. Graham Clark with a pocket 4-9 gives him a 243 finish in game number 12. Mark Dawson with a 9 spare in his first shot in the 10th frame leaves him with a possibility of a 258 game. Oh, nice spare by Graham, sparing the 4-9, giving him a 244. Emily Bottomley finishes with a 200 neat to end her qualifying, as Mark Dawson strikes in the bonus ball for 258. Dina Buxton finished up with a 201 for her qualifying, as Blake Walsh looks to finish up with a 205.
Bleeding. It's bleeding.
Nice spare on 3 and 4. Is Tracy Tarozzi. Spares the 3, 6, 7, 10. Marissa Rosberg's finishing strong with a possible 212 down on lanes 5 and 6. Don't forget there will be a short break in between blocks as we wash and re-oil the lanes for C Squad to come on and start their 12 games of qualifying. We are running approximately 20 minutes behind schedule, but they should be able to make that up in the interval. Blake Walsh with a strike in the 9th frame. That gives him a possible 235 finish and will just pip his uncle by 8 pins. As we go into the break, just like to give a shout out to our fantastic sponsors of this year's event. CLS Constructions North Queensland, Struddy Sportswear and Apparel, Campbell's Kitchen Cabinets, Hodgkinson Accounting, the Digimen, 10-pin results where you can keep up to date with all the fantastic scores and action from today's play. Townsville 10-pin and Fun Centre, the host of this year's 2021 Lexus tournament, and of course the fabulous staff at Lexus Townsville. If you are in the market for a great motor vehicle, please go down and see Chris and the team at Lexus of Townsville. Marissa Rosberg looks like finishing with a possible 192 with a 9 count in the first ball of the 10th. Unfortunately, she got the commentator's curse as well, and she's missed the 10 pin slightly left, giving her a 180 finish. Blake Walsh down on lanes 3 and 4, looking to continue his strike run into the 10th frame. He trips the 10 late, still on target for a possible 235. Blake Walsh lining up for the second ball of the 10th frame. Picture of concentration, young Blake. Gives that one a little bit more room to the right. Absolutely drills the pocket. He's got a very wry smile on his face, knowing full well he's just beat Uncle Jason. Oh, it's behind the counter. Just following young manager Lily Wilson after her outstanding qualifying effort. Blake Walsh just to rub some salt into the wounds. Finishes with a sensational strike and a 235. He gets the seal of approval from Jason Walsh as he packs his gear up. And that concludes qualifying here in B squad of the 2021 Lexus Open. Please stay tuned. We will be back with all live action in approximately 45 minutes from now.